The bronze incense burner in the Qingqing Mountain execution hall breathed out thick plumes of purple smoke. I knelt on the freezing floor, the black ice carving deep ridges into my skin. My knees had long since gone numb. In front of me lay Wugo, my life-bound sword, shattered into 3 pathetic fragments. I watched as the soul-sealing nails in the elder's hand slowly devoured the faint, shimmering light bleeding from the cracks in the blade. Releasing a medicine slave is a crime punishable by 10,000 heart-piercing needles, the execution elder declared. His crane-patterned robes fluttered even though there was no wind. The gold-threaded diagrams on his sleeves shimmered under the flickering candlelight. Considering you were once an intersect disciple, breaking your life sword will be your only sentence. Suddenly, a searing pain exploded in my right hand. An execution disciple slammed the final soul-sealing nail directly into my palm. My blood flowed into the cracks of the black ice, but the moment it touched a specific stone slab, it began to boil. It hissed and sputtered, eating a hole the size of a bowl into the rock. The disciple jumped back, his face pale with terror. The shadows cast by the bronze lamps clawed at the walls like monsters. Evil. He truly is a demon, the elder roared, standing up abruptly. The 9-section god-beating whip at his waist slid 3 inches out of its sheath. 3 years ago, when you brought that girl back, I should have known you were tainted by poison. I stared at my smoking blood and remembered last night. Deep in the medicine pits, I'd seen a girl with a cinnabar mole on her neck, identical to my sister's. When they threw her into the alchemy furnace, her whimpering sobs sounded exactly like Mo Lee's gasps during her cold poison flare-ups. A distant chime echoed through the carved windows of the hall, making my heart skip a beat. It was time for Mo Lee's medicine. The 9-yang pill I'd traded half my cultivation for was still hidden in a secret compartment under her bed. I struggled to stand, but the soul-sealing nails tore at my meridians, sending a chill through my core like ice picks. Wait, the elder said, suddenly grabbing my chin. His fingers, dry and sharp like eagle talons, pressed against my throat. You go to the cold pool at the back of the mountain every 7th day of the month. Did you really think no one noticed? My pupils shrank. The pain in my throat turned into a burning sensation. A silver glow of a heart-probing curse lit up the elder's fingertips, but the moment it touched my skin, it turned a sickly dark green. The old man yanked his hand back, his palm covered in a web of black lines. You are riddled with filth, he shouted, his composure finally breaking. No wonder you survived the miasma forest. You've already fallen into the demonic path. I didn't wait. Taking advantage of their confusion, I threw myself against the heavy doors and burst out into the night. The biting mountain wind hit me, smelling of iron and blood. As I ran, the soul-sealing nail fell from my hand. Every drop of blood that hit the white jade stairs burned a hole right through the stone. The sect's defensive arrays hissed past my ears, and a stray blade of energy clipped my hair, turning the strands yellow and brittle before they even hit the ground. I kicked open the door to the woodshed. Moonlight filtered through the paper windows, landing on Mo Lee's pale face. She was curled up in a pile of straw, clutching a blood-stained handkerchief. I reached out to check her breathing, but her skin was colder than the ice in the execution hall. She coughed and opened her eyes. The edges of her pupils glowed with an eerie green light. I dreamed of that place again, she whispered. So many bronze cauldrons. They were throwing children inside. I wrapped my bleeding hand in my sleeve and pulled the porcelain bottle from under the bed. The 9-yang pill, which should have been white as jade, was covered in black spots. I had spent 3 years nourishing this pill with my own spiritual energy, but now it smelled like rotting meat. I remembered the girl in the pits. She had pressed a fragment of a bronze cocoon into my hand before she died. Outside, the moonlight intensified. The blood Mo Lee coughed onto her handkerchief began to form glowing, web-like patterns. I moved to look closer, but loud gongs began to echo across the mountain. Thousands of golden swords appeared in the sky, the supreme, evil exterminating order. Don't be afraid, I whispered. I popped the tainted pill into my mouth, crushed it, and pressed my lips to hers, feeding her the medicine mixed with my own toxic blood. Tomorrow, I'll go to the cold pool and get the ice-soul jade. I'll find a way to fix this. Mo Lee made a strange, inhuman rattling sound in her throat. Her fingers turned white as she gripped my shirt, and ice crystals began to seep from her skin. Under the moonlight, the cinnabar mole on her neck began to crawl, as if something was alive under her skin. I reached the edge of the cold pool just as the mountain bells signaled the hour. I looked at the center of the water where the ice-soul jade sat, reflecting 7 layers of light. Every layer was a seal placed by the past leaders of Qingqing Mountain. 30 steps. I licked my cracked lips. The moment I moved, the water erupted. Hundreds of ice spikes shot up, blocking my path. The mountain's ultimate trap had been triggered. The first spike pierced my shoulder. I heard the sound of my own blood freezing. The freezing energy rushed into my veins, but strangely, it suppressed the poison in my body by 30%. A system notification flashed in my vision. Asterisk cold poison detected. Health dropping 1% per second. Toxicity growth paused. Asterisk. By the 7th step, my eyelashes were thick with frost. I realized the elder had let me escape on purpose. This pool was a graveyard for people like me. Brother, don't go. A hallucination of Emily sobbed in my ear. I bit my tongue and ripped my frozen clothes away from my wounds. By the 15th step, an ice spike impaled my leg. No blood came out. Instead, coral-like ice crystals grew from the wound. Asterisk warning, physical body collapsing. Heart beginning to crystallize. Asterisk. I started laughing like a madman. The ice was absorbing the poison. By the 23rd step, the water felt thick like mercury. I looked at my reflection and saw my face covered in ice veins. I looked just like the monsters in the medicine pits. The ice-soul jade was right there, but a transparent cold python was coiled around it, a sect leader's command seal embedded in its forehead. I spat out a mouthful of bloody ice. The mountain treasure was just a cage for poison cultivators. The python lunged. I flicked 3 drops of Emily's blood toward the lotus. The moment it touched the jade, it erupted into green flames. The screams of 1,000 trapped souls filled the air. Impudent brat. 3 streaks of sword light tore through the air. The elder's whip lashed toward my throat. In that split second, I fired 7 points of spirit fire from my fingertips, needles made of pure toxicity. They missed the elder but hit the command seal on the python's head. A system screen exploded in front of me. Asterisk poison skill tree activated. Talent gained. Drinking poison to quench thirst. Asterisk. Each poison skill used restores 2% health. I rolled across the ice, dodging the whip. My hand hit something hard. The needles had melted the ancient ice, revealing another bronze fragment hidden beneath the surface. I pressed it against the piece the girl had given me, and they clicked together perfectly. The Tautai pattern on the bronze fragment suddenly came to life. It bit down on my wrist like a starving beast. I felt something cold and ancient sliding through my veins, heading straight for my dantian. A text appeared in my mind, the ghost water scripture. Its core message burned into my brain. Use poison to build the body. Use malice to nourish the soul. On the day the 9 gather, the unyielding bone shall be forged. The ice pool began to shake violently. The ice-soul jade no longer glowed blue. It started vomiting a thick, gray mist. Through the sound of cracking ice, I heard the elder's enraged roar. Seal his pressure points. He's performing the blood-binding ritual for the ghost water scripture. As I clutched the melting jade and sank toward the bottom of the pool, I saw something haunting. Dozens of bronze cauldrons rose from the silt. Inside each one, a young girl, no older than Emily, lay curled in a fetal position. Golden red liquid leaked from the cinnabar marks on their necks, forming a river that flowed toward a massive bronze door. The door was carved with the same Tautai pattern as my fragment. I managed to escape the pool, but the forest was worse. The mist had turned into a thick, sticky gel. I leaned against a gnarled tree, my heart echoing hollowly in my chest. In my hand, I gripped a jade-colored venom sac from a bone-corroding spider. I had pried it from a crevice at the cost of freezing my right hand solid. Sword light sliced through the fog. Lucio, my former senior brother, led the pursuit. The man I once studied Tao with now had a silver curse mark glowing on his forehead. He pointed his sword at me, and 12 spirit wires wove into a deadly net. My finger throbbed with a piercing pain. The wound from the ice-soul jade was turning my flesh transparent. A system screen flashed. Asterisk toxicity value exceeded 20. Talent activated, poison touch. Toxins can now be transmitted through physical contact. Asterisk. Lucio's sword stopped 3 inches from my throat. His face twisted in horror. Your eyes. I looked at my reflection in his blade. My pupils had split into a 6-sided compound structure. The spider venom was reaching my brain. I flicked a single drop of poison at the center of his sword array. A sound like glass bells chimed through the air. A jade-green web instantly crawled across the 12 flying swords. Lucio's veins bulged as his life-bond sword dissolved into a puddle of foul-smelling green liquid. Kill him. Don't leave him alive. Lucio screamed, ripping his robe open to reveal a chest covered in soul-suppressing nails. I dodged a flurry of charms and stepped on something soft. It was the fresh corpse of a bone-corroding spider. Without thinking, I thrust my transparent finger into the spider's belly. Asterisk poison resonance triggered. Temporary skill gained. Spider puppet technique. Remaining time, for minutes 59 seconds. Asterisk. 3 disciples suddenly shrieked. Their robes bulged with thousands of wriggling lumps. Through my compound eyes, I saw spider larvae swimming through their veins, fueled by the spring water they had drunk earlier. As the first disciple's eyeball popped and a spider leg poked out, Lucio's finger reached my forehead. You dare practice the ghost water scripture. He ignited a holy fire, but halfway through, the flame turned a sickly ghost green. I grabbed his wrist, smearing the venom directly onto his pulse. Time seemed to freeze. I watched the vessels under his skin crystallize. The jade poison surged toward his heart. My own finger was now completely transparent, like a tool carved from ice. Do you remember the girl in the medicine pit, brother? I whispered in his ear. My voice vibrated with the poison touch. When they cut out her heart, she was still reciting the sutra for salvation. Lucio went into convulsions. His chest erupted like firecrackers. 12 ribs snapped outward, puncturing his skin, each bone blooming with jade-colored spider silk. As the shockwave threw me back, I saw a black iron key fall from a dying disciple's pocket. The patterns on it matched the missing piece of my jade fragment. Asterisk toxicity plus 15. Body collapse rate 8%. Asterisk. My right hand shook uncontrollably as the transparency spread to my palm. I grabbed the key. On the back, small characters were engraved. Purple Nest Villa, Silver Treasury. A deafening screech from a spider queen echoed through the woods. The trees were already covered in eggs. Lucio's broken body began to bloat, his skin stretching like a pale balloon full of crawling shadows. When the first spiderling bit its way out of his corpse, my poison touch triggered automatically. Strands of toxic silk shot out, dragging me up into the canopy just as the body exploded. Jade venom rained down like a monsoon. I ran. The smell of rotting leaves and rain filled my lungs, but I couldn't feel my right arm anymore. The iron key burned a black mark into my palm. The burning sensation in my spine told me the toxicity had reached my bone marrow. System warning, near-death state triggered. Asterisk choice 1, path of healing. Consume 30 merit points to learn detoxification. Permanently seal all poison arts. Asterisk. Asterisk choice 2, path of toxicity. Gain trait, cold-blooded. Poison damage increased by 20%. Asterisk. My transparent hand twitched, creating small whirlpools in the rainwater. I'm an adult, I whispered, a cold smile touching my lips. I want both. 3 shadows dropped from the trees. Their robes bore the crest of the purple nest. Nearby, a local hunter who had been caught in the crossfire let out a high-pitched scream. A lump the size of a fist rose in his chest as something scratched from the inside. My talent let me hear the larvae devouring his heart. It beat in perfect rhythm with the temple bells of my old sect. If I have to choose a path, I said, condensing a toxic needle at my fingertip, I'll use your lives to pave it. The hunter's eye exploded as a spider leg lashed out. I threw the needle in a graceful arc, piercing the pressure points of the 3 pursuers. Their robes ballooned instantly as eggs erupted from their mouths and ears. Asterisk cold-blooded trait activated. Poison damage plus 20%. Right forearm transparency accelerating. Asterisk. As the eggs hatched inside their skulls, I heard an ancient song. It sounded like bells made of ground-up bones. The hunter's mangled body stood up, puppet by the spiders, and lunged at me. My transparent hand drove straight through his chest. On the ground, the bronze plate I had been carrying changed. The centipede carvings on it began to crawl, their bodies linking head to tail to form a brand new, mysterious hexagram. My compound eyes focused, instinctively beginning to decode the secrets hidden within the shifting metal. A flash of inspiration struck me like a lightning bolt. I stared at the bronze plate as the shifting patterns revealed their true form. This wasn't just a map, it was the blueprint for the great guardian array of Mount Qingqing. Even more crucial was the fatal flaw marked on the diagram. The weak point pointed directly toward the temple of the mother snake. Rain continued to lash down in a deafening roar. The last of the floating valley pigs finally dissolved under the downpour, its body melting into a pool of foul-smelling, dark blood. I walked forward, my expression blank, and reached down to pick up the eyeball the hunter had dropped earlier. It was a translucent jade green, but several long, spindly pig legs were still attached to it. They twitched in my palm like living parasites. Suddenly, with a sharp hiss, the legs lunged. They burrowed into the gaps between my fingers, vanishing into my flesh in the blink of an eye. A system notification flashed urgently before my vision. Asterisk congratulations. You have acquired the pig's pupil. Ability gained, spiritual energy vision, asterisk. Heavy raindrops hammered against the bronze plate, washing away the 300-year-old inscriptions until they were nothing but a blur. I didn't care. I stepped forward, my heavy boot grinding a fallen pursuer's mask into the mud. I needed to grow stronger to survive this hunt. I pulled out the Ghost Water Sutra and studied it intently. To make the most of its power, I had to find a corpse with immense potential to refine into a puppet. I ran my fingertips over a scratch on a blue brick wall. The grooves were filled with dark, crystallized blood. Moonlight filtered through the tattered curtains, casting spiderweb shadows at my feet. Every shadow pointed toward the entrance of a cellar, as if 300 restless ghosts were all screaming for me to enter. I rubbed the warm bronze cocoon hidden in my robes. My toxicity value had hit a critical threshold, and the resulting burning pain raced through my meridians. According to the third chapter of the sutra, I could use slaughter to nourish a corpse and create an unbreakable guardian. I kicked open the heavy doors of the 7th cellar level. A wall of physical rot slammed into my protective poison shield. Inside, 37 black iron coffins trembled under the flicker of eerie green spirit lamps. Faint bloodlight rose from the bases of the caskets, forming birth dates and horoscopes. Every single body in this room shared a fate that harmonized with my own. They were perfect materials for a lifebound corpse. Year of the Fire Rabbit, 7th day of the 7th month. My toxic right hand plunged into the 3rd coffin. A tremor traveled up my arm, making my pupils contract. The female corpse inside had a cinnabar mole on her neck that was weeping blood. The symptoms were identical to the illness my sister, Mo Lee, suffered from. Suddenly, a swarm of corpse silkworms poured down from the ceiling beams. My compound eyes instantly decoded the patterns on their bodies. Each line was a miniature map of Mount Qingqing, and the path they took as they devoured the flesh perfectly matched the flow of the mountain's guardian array. I slammed a corpse-controlling incense stick into the woman's crown. The ground beneath the manor began to groan and rumble. I bit my tongue and spat toxic blood onto her Baihui point, chanting the 72 earthly arts. Before I could finish the spell, the woman's left arm suddenly grew 3 feet longer. Her jagged nails lunged straight for my throat. My toxic right hand moved on instinct, piercing through her chest. But I didn't find a heart. I pulled out a life token engraved with the crest of the purple nest. My vision exploded with a blood-red system warning. Merit value, -51, triggering the first calamity of the 5 declines. As my left ear withered and fell away, I heard the echoes of a secret conversation from 20 years ago. This child's birth chart is the ultimate Yin body. The sinister voice of a purple nest Taoist hissed in my mind. By the time he reaches adulthood, his Yin energy will be thick enough to turn him into a human candle to light the 9 netherworlds. The woman's body suddenly began to writhe violently. Her mouth tore open, spraying a mass of thick, sticky silk that wrapped around me before I could react. I was pinned. At the same time, the bronze cocoon flew into the air, snapping onto the surface of the silk wrap. The ancient inscriptions on the cocoon came to life, turning into streaks of black light that pierced the corpse's meridians. Wrapped in silk and trapped, I didn't panic. Instead, a manic smile spread across my face. I see, I laughed. So this body was the real prize all along. I roared and forced my toxic right hand deeper into the corpse. My palm sank fully into the flesh, pumping a steady stream of emerald venom into her system. The poison merged with the glowing black script, creating a scene of absolute horror. As the first spark of corpse fire ignited in her eyes, the cellar turned into a furnace. White bone scales grew over the spot where my left ear had been. The rotting power of the 5 declines was being forcibly converted into refining flames. The system message twisted into a mocking laugh. Human candle complete. The poison lord returns to his seat. I stroked the cinnabar mole on the woman's neck. Under the pressure of my toxic hand, her decaying skin rippled like water. Moonlight cut through the cracks in the ceiling, weaving a web of blood across the 37 coffins. Every thread connected to the woman's vital points, forming the soul-snaring array. I crushed the incense in my palm. The smoke curled into the air, forming her birth details. Suddenly, her Taoist robes fluttered, and a broken bronze bell fell from a hidden pocket. My eyes instantly recognized the 3-headed snake crest of the sect. When I touched the bell, the system interface twisted into the face of the purple nest Taoist. High-quality material detected. Su Yi, inner disciple of Mount Qingqing. Born on the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day. The silkworms dropped from the beams again, weaving a cocoon of nerves around her. I spat more toxic blood onto the silk. The bronze cocoon hovered and unfurled, revealing the hidden records of the refining process. I noticed something tucked under the woman's fingernails, a safety knot braided from Mo Lee's hair. "So you've been spying on us for 3 years," I whispered. I drove my hand back into her chest and ripped out a clump of flesh wrapped in a purple nest talisman. They had even stuffed my sister's hair into this furnace body. As the 7th drop of my toxic blood hit her crown, the ground let out a deep, metallic chime. Her robes shredded away, revealing a tattoo on her spine, the complete summary of the Qingqing sword arts. My eyes focused on a jagged scar near the base of her spine. It was the exact shape of the gap left behind when my own lifebound sword was snapped years ago. They were using a sword cultivator's body to nourish a poison puppet. My toxic shadow suddenly split, opening a third eye. Through it, I saw the restrictions the Taoist had placed deep within this woman's mind. "Beautiful," I sneered. The old bastard even plotted against his own disciple. A sword hum erupted from the woman's throat. 72 streaks of Qingqing sword qi exploded from her body. My toxic right hand instantly crystallized, absorbing the sword qi and the hidden techniques directly into my own meridians. System alerts exploded in my vision like blood-red fireworks. The refining progress hit 71%. I felt a surge of power as I unlocked a new passive skill, Sword Qi Stone Drum. Now, every poison attack I launched would carry an armor-breaking effect. The purple mist from Zichao started seeping through the cellar walls. Suddenly, the female corpse's eyes snapped open. Inside her pupils, the soul fire of Taoist Zichao flickered with a hateful light. Her left hand shot out, grabbing my life gate, while her right hand twisted into the dragon seal of the Qingqing corpse sect. My toxic shadow let out a piercing shriek. Fleshy tendrils lashed out, wrapping tightly around the cinnabar mole on the corpse's neck. A deafening explosion rocked the room as the Taoist robes on her body disintegrated. I stared, frozen for a second. Embedded right in her chest was a jagged, broken blade. It was the Wugo sword, my own lifebound sword that the Hall of Punishment had snapped years ago. I didn't hesitate. I reached out with my toxic right hand toward the hilt. The moment my fingers brushed the cold metal, the world blurred. A vision flickered into existence before my eyes. I saw a man in purple robes, Zichao. He held a sharp blade and drove it ruthlessly into a young girl's heart. The tip of the sword was coated in a sickly, emerald-green poison. "Nourish this sword seed well." Zichao's voice echoed through the vision, cold and calculating. "When Mo Chun comes to claim it, That will be the day my ghost water scripture reaches great perfection. The vision faded, and the transformation hit its peak. I had done it. I had refined a powerful Sui corpse puppet. It didn't just inherit 85% of the Qingsheng sword arts. It unlocked a hidden talent. Dual cultivation of sword and poison. My strength was reaching terrifying heights. The freezing wind of the ancient battlefield swept over my brow, fueled by spiritual fires. The sword art tattoos on the puppet's back began to bleed. I pressed my toxic hand against her dantian. 300 resentful souls surged through the earth and into her decaying meridians. This was the Inshalter body refinement, a technique unique to the 10,000 corpse pit. It would make her body as hard as dark iron. Li, give me 3 more drops of blood, I muttered. My sister, Mo Li, didn't argue. Toxic blood flowed from her neck as she pressed her pale fingertips against the bronze cocoon. As the blood hit the puppet's crown, a map of the ghost water scripture's meridians manifested across the battlefield floor. The puppet's pupils split into a compound structure. Suddenly, a burst of sword chi slashed my right hand, cutting deep enough to show bone. The system screen flickered, twisting into the face of Taoist Zi Chao. A restriction had been triggered. The refining progress plummeted back to 19%. That old bastard, he really did leave a backhand. My secondary vision pierced through the puppet's chest, revealing a Zi Chao talisman wrapped around my sword fragment. It was devouring Mo Li's blood. Hold the puppet's neck. Use the 9 nether flames to burn the sword curse. Fast. Blue-black toxic fire erupted from my left palm. This was the heart-burning flame, a skill I unlocked only because my merit points had dropped below 100. As the flames licked the sword fragment, Mo Li coughed up a spray of icy, crystalline blood. The blood formed a Tao-Tai pattern on the puppet's chest, resonating with the bronze cocoon. Above us, the blood moon seemed to crack. 72 streaks of Qingqing sword chi rained down from the sky. Zi Chao was remotely activating the demon-slaying sword array. My heart, it hurts. Emily collapsed. The array was draining her blood through the earth. I growled and drove my toxic hand straight into the puppet's heart, injecting my last 3 drops of origin blood into the sword seed. Break for me. The puppet's spine shattered with a sickening crack, exploding outward. A golden skeleton, etched with toxic patterns and glowing with an eerie light, fell from the wreckage. The system roared in my ears alongside a sharp sword hum, refining complete. I had obtained the sword bone poison puppet. The puppet swung its blade, shattering the final streak of the sword array. But as I looked closer through my secondary eye, my heart sank. There were tiny cracks on the sword bone. Even worse, the restriction Zi Chao had placed on the bone had vanished, only to reappear inside Mo Li. A purple-black liquid began to seep from the mole on her neck, crawling like a tiny snake. I touched the toxic patterns on the puppet's sword and realized they matched the flow of the poison in Mo Li's body perfectly. The puppet leaned toward my ear, its voice a cold, rasping whisper. The time has come. We should go to Mount Qingsheng and settle the score with that old man. His blood would make the perfect catalyst for your sister's antidote. A cruel, twisted smile spread across the puppet's face. Later, as my boots sank into the mud of a toxic swamp, the puppet's spine hummed like struck metal. The vibration cleared the fog for a split second, revealing a 9-ing grass 100 meters away. The dew on its leaves reflected Mo Li's pale face. She only had 3 hours left. If I didn't get the antidote, the cold poison would hollow out her meridians completely. The poison puppet stood cold and expressionless, holding its sword across its chest. 7 streaks of light suddenly tore through the fog, the 7 stars heaven array. A group of Qingshang disciples surrounded us on a small island in the marsh. Their leader began to chant, ready to trigger the array's full power. But then, the puppet's spine clicked. 7 razor-sharp blade tips erupted from its vertebrae, glowing with a mix of toxic mist and cold steel. The disciples moved in their famous 7-star steps, but the puppet didn't even blink. It moved like a ghost, stepping precisely into the life gate of their formation. Each step shattered their rhythm. With one sweep of its blade, a flood of toxic miasma crashed into their protective barriers. The golden shields they were so proud of snapped like wet paper. This is impossible, the leader screamed. I didn't stop. I couldn't afford to. The third disciple's eyes bulged with pure terror. He stared down at his dantian, unable to believe his own eyes as my toxic blade pierced straight through his core. Blood sprayed from the wound, soaking the muddy ground beneath him. He tried to speak, wondering how his sword technique had been broken so easily, but he didn't get the chance. As the poison puppet's blade sliced through his throat, my secondary eyes, sharp and insect-like, caught something flickering near his heart. It was a purple nest curse, pulsing with a sinister, rhythmic beat. I let out a cold, disdainful snort. So, these people were nothing more than puppets on a string, controlled by someone else. I flicked my fingers, and the puppet's right hand erupted into a brilliant burst of spiritual flame. The fire acted like a hungry beast, lunging forward and consuming the body in an instant. Within seconds, nothing remained but a pile of ash and a few wisps of black smoke. That old dog, Zichao, really spared no expense for this trap, I thought to myself. That was the fourth body to fall into the stinking, gas-filled marsh. But then, the remaining 3 disciples did something I didn't expect. As if following a prearranged plan, they formed a hand seal simultaneously. Without a second of hesitation, they chose to self-destruct. The explosion sent flesh and bone flying through the mist. The blood didn't just splatter. It hung in the air, reacting with the toxic fog to form a massive, crimson bagua pattern. It looked like a death flower blooming in the middle of hell. The scent of fresh gore acted like a dinner bell for the horrors lurking in the swamp. Hundreds of crimson eyes snapped open beneath the murky water, glowing with hunger. I looked at the chaos and felt nothing but boredom. Just a cheap trick, I muttered. I slammed my foot down, crushing a weathered skull at the edge of the island. As the bones shattered into fragments, the poison puppet took the opening. It plunged its life-bond sword deep into the swamp mud. A massive wave of sword intent, infused with my ghost water corpse poison, surged through the muck like a dam breaking. Every toxic creature touched by that energy thrashed in agony before floating to the surface, bellies up and dead. Time to close the net, I whispered. I bit my fingertip and let a single drop of my toxic blood fall into an exquisite jade box. The 9 grass inside reacted instantly to the familiar cold energy. Its leaves unfurled like razor-sharp blades, weaving together into a dense, inescapable web that cut off any hope of escape for the last 3 cultivators. Just as the puppet's blade reached for the throat of the lead formation master, a haunting, melodic flute echoed from the depths of the marsh. The sound carried a strange power that made my heart skip a beat. Suddenly, the lead cultivator's eyes exploded. Thick blood and ocular fluid sprayed everywhere as a 3-headed bone worm, covered in jagged scales, burst out from inside his skull. I focused my secondary eyes on the creature. My heart sank. Embedded in the middle head of that worm was a fragment of ice soul jade, the very piece I had lost in the cold pool 3 months ago. You greedy fools, did you really think you could take the 9 grass with such pathetic skills? The poison puppet spoke, its voice a terrifying blend of Mo Lee's soft tone and a screeching metallic echo. The flute music stopped abruptly. The 9 grass in the center of the swamp snapped in two. The top half flew into the jade box, instantly condensing into the antidote. But the bottom half transformed into a green, toxic bolt of energy, shooting straight for the space between my eyebrows. Before it could hit, the poison puppet's hand shot out. It caught the bolt effortlessly and crushed it into dust with a loud crack. As the fragments fell, a piece of a weathered bronze bone slip dropped into my hand. It was ancient, covered in cryptic symbols. Chapter 10, 9 Life Hiding. The moment my fingers touched the 9 grass powder, a chill raced through my veins, heading straight for my heart. The toxic shadow in my chest throbbed with excitement, its surface sprouting hundreds of ice needle tentacles. It was a primal reaction to the ultimate medicine. So cold. Emily whimpered. She was curled up on the black ice bed, her breath freezing into jagged runes in the air. The cinnabar mole on her neck had spread into a spiderweb of red veins, each tipped with a tiny ice crystal. The poison puppet suddenly moved, blocking the stone door with its sword. Its spine hummed a warning. 7 people. 3 miles southwest. I could feel the Zichao sword intent approaching. My secondary eyes pierced through the mountain walls, seeing the Qingqing pursuers feeding their tracking bugs with their own blood. Every single one of those bugs had an ice soul jade fragment in its head. Hold on for 2 more hours, I told her. I crushed the 9-yin grass into a fine powder, mixed it with my toxic blood, and poured it into a bronze tripod. I'd deal with the flies outside after I finished the medicine. But as the first scent of the medicine reached Mo Li, she let out a scream that didn't sound human. The ice bed cracked. The poison puppet's sword spine snapped into 3 pieces. Zichao had hidden a soul-eating bone inside the 9-yin grass. Mo Li, I shouted. I thrust my poison-corrupted right hand into the tripod, crushing the forming bone worm before it could finish gestating. The blood and medicine boiled together, forming a pill that flickered with both ice and fire. A system warning flashed red in my vision. Asterisk Zichao's restriction detected. Success rate dropped to 19%. Asterisk. Brother, kill me. Emily gasped. Her eyes turned a piercing ice blue, and her hair began to frost over into sharp blades. Her body had been turned into a living poison tripod. The poison puppet's face twisted into a snarl. Without a moment's hesitation, it drove its jagged sword bone straight into Mo Li's heart. Blood sprayed everywhere. The sight was gut-wrenching. Inside Mo Li's body, a violent collision erupted. The sharp Qingqing sword Qi clashed head-on with the eerie poison arts of the ghost water scripture. These 2 powers, massive and mutually exclusive, fought like savage beasts within her fragile frame. But then, a miracle happened. In that life-or-death moment, the 2 forces actually managed to suppress the rampaging cold curse. Mo Li's condition stabilized, if only by a hair. I had to gamble. My heart was pounding against my ribs. Without hesitation, I popped a precious pill into my own mouth. I took my right hand, the one blackened and eroded by lethal toxins, and pressed it firmly against the crown of Mo Li's head. I pushed my cultivation to the limit. I funneled a steady stream of medicinal power and toxic blood qi through her ren and du meridians. Slowly, a pattern began to emerge on her pale, jade-like back. It was a complete meridian map of the ghost water scripture, glowing with a faint, ghostly green light. That was when the poison puppet saw its opening. Several long, slimy fleshy tentacles split from its main body. They slithered like venomous snakes, wrapping tightly around the bright red cinnabar mole on Mo Li's neck. A bone-chilling laugh echoed through the cave. Haha, what a perfect vessel. Seeing this, my vision turned red. The veins on my forehead bulged. I let out a guttural roar and used every ounce of my strength to rip a tumor-like growth right off the poison puppet. There was a wet, sickening pop. Foul-smelling black blood sprayed out, splashing onto the freezing ice bed. The blood was so corrosive it hissed, eating into the stone in jagged patterns that looked like the gaping maws of ancient beasts. As the 7th layer of the cold curse was finally forced out, Mo Li's eyes snapped open. Her secondary pupils flared. She tapped her finger against the empty air. In an instant, the 7 Qingqing cultivators who had just reached us were frozen solid. This was the profound, dark finger, a power awakened by merging the 9-yin grass with the ghost water crystals. It worked. We had actually done it. My poisoned right hand began to crystallize, turning into hard ice. But then, the system gave me a cold reality check. Asterisk detoxification 51% complete. Remaining cold curse bound to poison value. Asterisk. Emoli reached out, her fingers brushing my crystallized arm. Her pupils were swirling with the runes of the ghost water crystals. Brother, it's my turn to save you. At the stump of the poison puppet's severed arm, the first crystal grain formed. My secondary eyes caught a glimpse of something moving in the blizzard 300 miles away. The polar wind howled into our cave, etching incomplete runes onto the surface of my bronze tripod. It was a sign. The mysterious ice sword turtle was awakening. Brother, it's calling me, Emoli said. She ran her fingertips along the poison puppet's spine. The frost from her profound dark finger branded the sword bone with icy blue veins. The moment she touched it, the puppet's dull gray eyes exploded with ghostly blue light. 7 crystal bone spikes erupted from its stump. A massive boom echoed through the cave. The system screen shattered like fireworks in the mist. A bright notification flashed. Extreme energy detected. Swordbone poison turtle evolution beginning. Right then, a fierce sword chi sliced through the stone door of our hideout. Rocks sprayed everywhere. But the evolution was faster. Ice spikes spread across the poison puppet's body until it looked like a terrifying sculpture made of jagged diamond. The lead elder, draped in purple robes, didn't even have time to finish his sword gesture. He let out a cry of pain, looking down to see sharp ice crystals erupting from the ground, pinning his feet to the floor. These weren't just cold. They were infused with a power that made them impossible to break. This was my own move, the Ice Soul Sword Jade. I had fused the frost of the profound dark finger with the very sword intent used by the Qingqing sect. I stood there, watching the trapped pursuers with cold eyes. My right hand was coated in a thick, emerald green toxin, the hand of a demon. I pressed it against the cave wall. A ripple of energy vibrated outward, making the entire mountain tremble. Green venom began to seep from every crack in the ceiling and floor, pooling into stinking, lethal puddles. Zichao's dogs certainly are fast, I sneered, a flash of madness crossing my eyes. But since you're here, don't bother leaving. I need someone to test my new sword style on. I drew my longsword. The blade shimmered with a murderous chill. The poison puppet lunged, its spinal sword bone flying out to form 7 floating ice blades. Every strike brought a localized blizzard. The Qingqing cultivators were frozen into statues first, then shattered into toxic dust by the vibrating sword chi. This was my new killing move, Mysterious Ice Shatter. Just as the last cultivator turned into ice shards, the poison puppet suddenly turned. Without warning, it pointed its long sword directly at me. The ice spikes on its body began to grow out of control, surging with terrifying momentum. They were resonating with Mo Li's profound dark finger. This resonance tripped a hidden trap, the restriction Zichao had buried deep within the Ice Soul Jade. It was active. Li, close your eyes. I screamed. I didn't hesitate. I shoved my poison-covered right hand straight into my own chest. With a roar of agony, I ripped out the half-formed, toxic tumor from my own body and shoved it into the poison puppet's open mouth. The tumor, filled with my poisonous blood, exploded inside the puppet. The blast wave was massive, a flood of energy that forcibly tore through Zichao's restriction. I had stopped him from taking control, but the cost was high. The system wailed. Evolution interrupted. Mysterious Ice Sword Turtle synchronization locked at 79%. Everything was falling apart. Suddenly, Emoli bit her tongue and spat her essence blood, loaded with the cold curse, directly onto the puppet's forehead. The ice spikes groaned and rearranged themselves, forming a massive greatsword covered in ghost water runes. The puppet swung the giant blade at the empty air. The sword chi was so cold it seemed to freeze time and space itself. This was the ultimate form, the mysterious ice sword domain. I looked through the crystals with my secondary eyes. I finally understood. I saw the purple runes of Zichao swirling deep inside the sword's blade. The old bastard was trying to use the sword turtle's body as a vessel for his own rebirth. Suddenly, the poisoned turtle dropped to one knee. It held the mysterious ice sword out toward Mo Li, offering it like a loyal knight. It was asking its master for a name. Ice shards rained down as the mysterious ice sword turtle knelt. The giant blade slammed into the cavern floor, and golden patterns flared across the hilt. This was the master recognition seal from the completed Ghost Water Sutra. I ran my fingers along the edge of the blade. My cold poison collided with Zichao's hidden restriction inside the core, sending thousands of icy blue sparks flying into the air. Since you've broken your chains, you deserve a new name, I muttered. I pressed a drop of my life essence blood onto the turtle's forehead. The jagged ice spikes retracted instantly. From this moment on, its name was Shuang Pe. A dragon-like roar erupted from the turtle's spine. Inside the frozen domain, the falling snow condensed into a 10-foot-high ice monument. For words were carved into the stone. Shuang Pe, no salvation. I pressed my toxic right hand against the monument. My malice points seeped into the ice like black ink, fueling the domain. 300 miles away, Zichao's phantom image solidified. A three-headed snake's spirit loomed in the sky, spitting poisonous fire at the barrier of my sword domain. But the moment the flames touched the ice, they froze solid, turning into beautiful, deadly fire sculptures. This was the unique trait of the mysterious ice sword domain. All energy attacks were forcibly converted into physical ice. Shuangpe ignite. I ward. My secondary eyes split into 12 pupils. The agony of my malice points breaking 600 turned into a frantic, bloodthirsty rage. Shuangpe swung the giant sword in a massive arc. The frozen fire sculptures shattered into billions of ice blades, carrying the corrosive heart poison effect as they swept across the sky. The moment Zichao's spirit was shredded by the ice blades, the system screen exploded with a blood-red notification. I had unlocked a God-tier achievement, Destroy Zichao's avatar. I plundered 3 strands of his origin poison fire and obtained a fragmented divine stone, allowing me to track his true body. Shuangpe slammed the greatsword back into the earth. Bronze patterns rippled across the frozen ground. The cinnabar paper in Mo Li's hand throbbed violently, and the trails left by the mysterious dark paper froze in midair, forming a mirror. This was the ultimate form of the pure poison corridor. Old dog, taste your own medicine, I growled. I smashed the mirror with my toxic hand. The poisonous fire Zichao had released earlier reflected back at him from 300 different directions. The three-headed snake shrieked in agony as the flames licked its scales. Every scale reflected a memory of Zichao's youth, the moments he had murdered his way to power. Shuangpo's blade suddenly pierced through time and space, stabbing into a memory fragment within one of the scales. Every ice crystal in the domain flashed with a set of coordinates. The North Sea, 7,000 feet down. As the last flame flickered out, the domain began to collapse. My right hand had completely crystallized. My malice points hit 750, triggering a total body collapse. My left eye exploded into shards of ice. The system alarm screamed over the hum of the sword. Asterisk warning, domain overload. Malice points consumed, 1823. Safety threshold exceeded by 300%. Body collapse rate, 41%. Left arm crystallizing. Forced cooldown, 72 hours. Emoli suddenly bit her tongue and forced her essence blood, mixed with the cold curse and ghost water crystals, into my mouth. The malice bar retreated frantically, but the crystallization continued to spread. She was freezing her own life force to suppress mine. Li, I gasped. My toxic right hand moved uncontrollably, lunging toward my sister's throat. But Shuangpo's blade slammed down, pinning my arm to the ground. The turtle's gray-blue eyes glowed with the sacred scriptures. It was telling me we had to go to the North Sea. Before the domain vanished, a streak of white, sword light tore through the clouds. A woman descended on an ice phoenix, the mark on her forehead resonating with Mo Li's. She flicked her scabbard, and the mighty Shuangpe actually hummed in submission. The mysterious ice domain, the woman whispered, cold air swirling at her fingertips. A poison cultivator has recreated the sword techniques my North Ice Palace lost 300 years ago. As the woman's blade cut through the toxic mist, my crystallized right arm cracked like breaking porcelain. Shuangpe tried to swing, but the freezing chi from the phoenix's wings turned the giant turtle into a literal ice pillar. This was the absolute suppression of a pure ice palace technique over a poison user. A mere turtle dares to steal the essence of the mysterious dark. The woman tapped the air. Icy chains erupted from the mark on Mo Li's neck. This girl's cold poison. It looks like it was stolen from our forbidden grounds. Shuangpo's blade began to spiderweb with cracks. My hand was still fighting to kill Mo Li. Just as the icy chains were about to crush her heart, she bit her tongue again. She used her blood to draw a teleportation seal from the ghost water sutra on the ground. Go, she choked out. A foul-smelling swamp swallowed the 3 of us. My ears filled with the buzzing of 10,000 insects. Just as the Ice Palace woman's sword strike fell, a withered, vine-like hand reached out from the depths of the swamp. A colorful centipede sat on the figure's fingertip. With a gentle flick, the woman's freezing chi was sent spiraling back. Tisk, TSK. The little phoenix from the ice palace shouldn't come foraging in the southern border. A hunched old woman cackled as she emerged from the fog. A bone hairpin in her hair dripped with dark green venom. The bone-corroding poison in this boy. I planted that seed in the Qingsheng sect 30 years ago. Shuangpa let out a sharp hum, pointing its sword at a bronze snake token on the old woman's waist. It was the eternal order of the 5 poisons sect. The old woman poked my forehead with her staff, and the ice shards in my left eye fell away. A sword cultivator? Those idiots at Qingsheng really wasted you, she muttered. She pressed her palm against the crown of my head. My dormant malice points erupted as 9 black pythons. The system screamed, unknown power intervening. Reconstructing malice system. The old woman's eyes glowed with golden light. A natural 9 in jade crumbling body? You were born to be the holy son of my 5 poisons sect. 9 poisonous springs erupted from the swamp. The insects flying over the water formed the totem of the 5 poisons altar. Mo Li's cold poison leaked out, turning into icy blue insect kings as it touched the springs. It was a natural resonance between her sutra and their secret arts. The old woman, who called herself Ghost Crone, slammed 3 bone nails into my pressure points. Today, I'll strip away that trash sword seed from Qingqing. The poison exploded in my veins, but instead of destroying me, it repaired the cracks on Shuangpa. Through the pain, I felt the Qingsheng sword qi being ripped out by the roots. In its place, 9 toxic veins tangled in my dantian, forming the shape of a cauldron. The system voice turned raspy and dark. 5 poison secret heritage activated. Innate poison body obtained. Poison damage plus 200%. Primary bone slot unlocked. Qingqing sword arts permanently sealed. Ghost Crone's staff suddenly pierced Mo Li's shoulder, her blood forming a hideous snake pattern in the air. The girl will make a fine medicine tripod. 3 days from now, you both will attend the 5 poisons blood feast. We were dragged down into a subterranean cave. My secondary eyes were stung by the glow of phosphorescent moss. Tens of thousands of poisonous insects had woven a web of road signs leading to an inn built entirely of human bones. Under a plaque that read, "The Inn of Rebirth," 900 skulls of Qingqing cultivators hung like lanterns. The Holy Sun's first visit, Ghost Crone cackled. You must try the signature dish. She summoned a blood toad. The toad's back split open, revealing the still-beating hearts of the Qingqing disciples I had killed earlier. Seasoned with the souls of those 7 pieces of trash you slaughtered, she whispered. Shuangpa suddenly lunged, shredding the hearts. The turtle's eyes now swirled with the 5 poisons pattern. Asterisk hostile unit detected. Clearing, asterisk. As Mo Li curled up on a bed made of insect silk, my new toxic veins began to devour the dark energy of the cave. Ghost Crone stepped out of the shadows and tossed me a bronze box carved with centipedes. At dawn tomorrow, take the girl and jump into the sect leader's myriad poison pool, she said, her one good eye reflecting my crystallized arm. If you can survive the 9,000 insects in that pool, you might just keep that arm. Only those with the right bloodline could cross the threshold of the 5 poisons pit. The Ghost Crone's bone staff struck the edge of the pool with a sharp crack. My world spun. When the vertigo faded, I found myself standing in the center of a massive, circular poison pit, hundreds of feet wide. On the far bank, Mo Li was chained to a stone pillar, her face pale with terror. Above the churning water, the twin-soul sword turtle floated in midair, 9 heavy bronze chains binding its blade-like shell. First trial, the desolate terror. The Ghost Crone's raspy voice echoed from the vaulted ceiling. Within 6 hours, you will either be gnawed into bleached bones by the insects in this pool, or you will swallow 300 of them to survive. The moment my boots touched the pitch-black water, a bone-chilling cold pierced through my protective poison aura. A system screen flickered to life across my vision. Asterisk trial of the myriad poison pool. Time remaining, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Devour count, 0/300. Body collapse rate, 0.3% per minute, asterisk. The first wave of toxic insects surged from cracks at the bottom of the pool. My secondary eyes automatically scanned for threats. Belly bone maggots, Heart-viewing spiders, seven-step beetles, creatures that should have been killing each other, were now forming a military-like formation, swarming toward me. Brother, the seventh segment of the centipede. Mo Lee's scream cut through the buzzing. The cinnabar mole on her neck erupted with a brilliant blue light, turning the murky water transparent. Her cold curse had unexpectedly awakened a hidden talent. She could see the weaknesses of the swarm. I transformed my right hand into a jagged claw and tore through the insect ranks exactly where she pointed. As my fingers crushed the throat of a bellybone maggot, the system chimed with excitement. Asterisk devour successful. Poison resistance increased by 0.1%. Current body collapse rate, 0.4%. Asterisk. I realized I had to move faster. Once the devour count hit 100, my first transformation would trigger. Suddenly, the chains holding the sword turtle snapped. The giant beast swung its blade, a tornado of ice and poison crashing toward me. The 5 poison patterns on its shell flickered erratically. The hallucinogenic toxins from the pool were infecting the turtle's spirit. Asterisk hostile unit detected. Clear all obstacles. Asterisk. The turtle's gray-blue eyes began to leak streaks of thick, black blood. It let out a low, gravelly roar and swung its sword arm. The impact sent a shock wave through the water, freezing the surface into thousands of razor-sharp ice spikes. They shot toward me like a hail of arrows. I dove and rolled, but a spike tore through my left shoulder. Purple-black blood sprayed out, and the moment it hit the water, it ignited into eerie green flames. Emoli, close your eyes, I shouted. I gritted my teeth and ripped the ice spike out of my own shoulder. With a roar, I swung it back, driving the frozen shard deep into the eye of a 1,000-foot centipede lunging at my throat. The creature shrieked and exploded in a cloud of emerald slime. Emoli didn't just watch. She flicked her wrist, sending a thin iron chain snaking out to wrap around the spike I'd just planted. She channeled her cold energy through the chain, freezing the surrounding water to buy me a second of breath. Warning, body collapse rate has exceeded 15%. Left arm skin is decaying. Poison resistance, 25%. I was running out of time. I bit my tongue, spitting out my life source poison blood. It transformed into 9 black pythons that coiled around a jade-green python rising from the depths. As our toxins clashed, the pool's surface turned into a sea of dark fire. I leaped onto the giant snake's head and drove my clawed hand through its skull. Devoured jade-green python. Poison resistance plus 10%. New talent, spirit poison protection. Body collapse rate, 32%. By the final 30 minutes, my devour count was stuck at 299. I was kneeling in boiling toxic sludge, the flesh on my right leg gone, leaving only white bone. Above Mo Lee, the king of the swarm, a 6-winged blood cicada, hovered, its needle-like mouth aimed at her head. Mo Lee catch! I screamed. I squeezed every last drop of my poison value and did the unthinkable. I grabbed my decaying left arm and tore it clean off my body. I threw the severed limb into the air, where it exploded into a massive toxic web, momentarily trapping the cicada. At that exact moment, the sword turtle shattered its ice prison. Its blade pierced the cicada just as I crunched down on the final poison crab with my teeth. Survival time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Devour count, 301. Final collapse rate, 89%. Status, near death. Just as the ghost crone's staff lunged toward my chest, the impossible happened. My mangled, bloody flesh began to knit back together at a terrifying speed. My new skin was as smooth as jade, but covered in shifting, mysterious green python scales. My left eye shattered like glass, reforming into a complex, glowing compound eye. Hee, the ghost crone cackled. A fine specimen indeed. With a flick of her finger, she tossed Mo Lee into the most pungent part of the pool. Little brat, it's time for your awakening as a medicine tripod. I tried to rush forward, but my body felt like it was under a paralysis spell. I could only watch in horror as my sister was swallowed by a black whirlpool of millions of insects. Then, a scream echoed from the depths. It started human, but shifted into a high-pitched phoenix cry that shook the entire cave. A massive bronze throne rose from the water, and upon it sat the flickering shadow of the five poisoned sect leader, looking down at Mo Lee as she transformed into a heart-devouring poison wraith. The toxic mist of the ancient forest crawled across my skin. Suddenly, my new compound eyes turned gray. The sound of the wind, the smell of rot, even the taste of blood on my tongue, everything vanished. The sect's five senses seal was stripping me of my reality. Asterisk thump. Thump. Asterisk Mo Lee's heartbeat echoed directly in my chest. The mole on her neck glowed with an icy blue light. Threads of cold energy pierced the mist, mapping out every living thing within 100 yards as points of light. A system screen appeared in the void, asterisk swarm hunt. Remaining participants, 49. Poison value, 0, asterisk. I placed my clawed hand on my sister's shoulder. It was time to hunt. My 9 eyes instinctively pulsed, stripping away the layers of the battlefield to reveal the truth within the cold energy. 11 o'clock. 3 figures were closing in to cut us off. As the twin-breaking sword turtle swung its flaming blade to clear the path, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through my compound eye. I looked at the 3 disciples. They were headless corpses, dragging their life bones behind them like puppets on strings. My heart sank. The purple markings on those insects matched Zi Chao's soul brand perfectly. It was a trap. Mo Lee's cold threads vibrated violently. The insects were warping our senses, blurring the line between reality and illusion. I was half a second too late. The sword turtle's massive blade impaled one of the corpses, and the moment the illusion shattered, a real heart-eating bone shot out from the corpse's mouth like a bullet. The sword turtle's eyes flashed a sinister crimson. It spun around, its blade whistling toward Mo Lee. I didn't hesitate. I forced my poison veins to erupt under my skin, manually overriding the turtle's consciousness. As the 7th trial participant was torn apart by the flaming sword chi, my sinister value jumped to 350. Warnings screamed across my vision. My body's collapse rate hit 45%. My left leg began to calcify, turning into brittle bone, and my poison resistance plummeted. Suddenly, Mo Lee's cold threads lashed out, snagging the sword turtle's ankle. 30 yards out, she hissed. The Bone King is moving. Black blood leaked from my left eye. Pushing the cold energy this hard was eating my optic nerves alive. Get out here, I warned. I slammed my toxic right hand into the dirt. Green python venom surged through the earth like a shockwave. The ripple exposed 27 hidden trialists instantly. Their heart-eating bones were shrieking in warning. The Bone King finally showed itself. The toxic mist spiraled into a massive vortex as the 1,000-foot centipede tore through space, leaving trails of corrosive slime with every step. The sword turtle froze. The phantom Bone King markings on its blade began to resonate with the centipede monster. This was it. I snapped off my own calcified left leg and hurled it at the turtle. The bone exploded into a thick cloud of toxic fog, blinding the Bone King for a split second. I lunged, landing hard on the centipede's back. My toxic right hand punched straight through its neural center. I felt the power surge. I had seized the 1,000-foot Bone King. A notification flashed. Asterisk talent acquired. 100 race divine form. Sinister value plus 1,350. Current total, 1,700. Bone King pressure domain unlocked. Asterisk. Then, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. It was Mo Lee. To freeze the sword turtle for that final strike, she had used herself as a conduit. The backdraft of the spirit flames had been merciless. Her left eye was gone, reduced to a blackened, charred husk. Silence fell over the bone forest. I didn't say a word. I just hoisted my unconscious sister onto my back and began to walk. My steps were heavy, my silhouette lonely against the toxic fog. Behind me, the sword turtle followed, its flames flickering like a dying candle, the new centipede markings crawling across its blade like venomous snakes. Impressive, a raspy voice croaked. The ghost crone stood there, her face twisted like a demon's. She slammed her white-boned staff into the ground. The 7 surviving trialists doubled over, vomiting up their own life bones in a shower of gore. Now, little ones, she cackled, her voice piercing my ears. It's time for the blood cauldron soul refinement. I looked at Mo Lee. I gently lifted her eye patch. Through my compound eye, I saw it. Deep inside her empty socket, a crystalline blue poison was hardening into the shape of a sinister insect. The heavy bronze lid slammed shut, plunging us into darkness. My compound eye turned blood red. Green flames ignited at the bottom of the cauldron, licking at the ankles of the 9 survivors. The fragments of the 5 poisoned scripture embedded in the walls began to writhe like living things. A screen scorched my retinas. * blood cauldron soul refinement. Survival slots, 3 nights. Current temperature, 300 degrees Celsius. Each death increases temperature by 100 degrees C. The sword turtle's flames exploded, fueled by the oil at the bottom. Emily tried to use her cold threads to cool the walls, but the turtle's eyes turned murderous. Threat detected. Clear. The flaming sword swung down. My calcified left stump shattered instantly. The oil-slicked flames clung to the wound, eating away 1% of my health every second. Emily's cold jade branch shrieked against the metal. 7 steps forward. I yelled. I rolled, dodging a second strike, and slammed my hand against the cauldron wall where the scripture glowed. The words bloodbone symbiosis flashed. I poured my sinister value into it. Scripture Insight, Volume 1. Cost, 400. Remaining, 1300. Talent gained, blood lungs. Attacks now deal burn damage. A wave of toxic heat from my new talent knocked the turtle's 3rd strike off course. The blade hit 2 other trialists instead. Their screams were cut short as the temperature spiked to 500 degrees Celsius. Emily couldn't hold it. I can't, she gasped. She ripped off her eye patch. Icy blue blood sprayed from her empty socket, flash freezing the walls and dragging the temperature back down to 400 degrees Celsius. The ice acted like a mirror, reflecting the turtle's flames and incinerating 3 more people who were fighting over a Bone King. Survivors, 4 nights. Current temperature, 700 degrees Celsius. Body collapse, 61%. The skin on my right arm was carbonizing, peeling off in black flakes, but I kept my skeletal fingers pressed against the wall. I drained another 800 points into the 2nd stage of the scripture. Warning, blood-bone symbiosis mastered. Forced consumption of 30% essence blood. Remaining health, 39%. My blood sprayed out like a fountain, hitting the sword turtle right between the eyes. The massive flaming sword stopped dead, trembling just 3 inches from my forehead. The spirit flames, the cold poison, and the Bone King markings on the blade began to spin in a dizzying blur of light. When the light faded, they had fused into a single, roaring blood flame. The toxic fire sword turtle had reached its complete form. Skill unlocked, heaven-burning sword jade. Synchronization, 100%. At that exact moment, the last 2 trialists launched their life bones at the turtle in a desperate gamble. They didn't even get close. The turtle's new domain simply erased them, turning their bones to ash in an instant. The temperature hit 900 degrees Celsius. It stopped there, hovering at the brink of total destruction. Emily's cold crystal finally vaporized, unable to withstand the heat, and the skin around her eye began to melt away. The heat was unbearable. Emily's left eye socket was nothing more than a charred, black hole. It was a gruesome sight that made my stomach churn. As the lid of the refinement cauldron slowly creaked open, Old Mother Gue reached out with her terrifying bone staff. With a casual flick, she hooked my carbonized body and dragged me out like a broken, discarded doll. She let out a cold snort, her eyes narrowing as she looked at me. She hadn't expected me to survive. With a snap of her fingers, she launched a prosthetic eye made of refined stone oil. It flew through the air with surgical precision, embedding itself into Emily's empty socket. Inside that fake eye, a green light from a parasitic hexworm flickered with an eerie, rhythmic pulse. It looked evil, unnatural, and completely wrong. Suddenly, the phantom image of the 5 Poisons sect leader materialized from the corpse fire. He tossed 3 bone tokens toward us, their cold surfaces gleaming in the dim light. He began chanting our new titles. I was now the Poison Fiend, Emo Chun, host of the 1,000-Foot Centipede. Emo Lee was the Cold Bone, the Medicine Tripod. And the Sword Turtle? It was now the Dual Soul Sword Turtle, a weapon of heart-burning destruction. My system interface flared to life one last time. The Qingqing sword arts were fully overwritten. I had officially obtained the foundation mantra of the 5 poisons. The transition was violent. My spine erupted in a series of wet, cracking sounds as the feelers of the 1,000-foot bone king forcibly fused with my poison veins. We were inside the bone-withered cliff, and the sound of 100,000 poisonous insects vibrating their wings hit me like a physical wave. The noise tore at the weak points of my newly formed veins. I had been screaming for 3 hours when old Mother Guay's staff slammed against the rock wall. The sound woke the sleeping floating-bone swine in the pits below. She told me a true disciple of the 5 poisons should find joy in ancient corpses. My right arm, now a mutated centipede limb, exploded with power. Scales snapped open and shut, shredding the poisonous beads that flew toward me. Pain flashed through my vision along with my system stats. But then, this sword touch of my poison veins triggered a vision. Through the haze of pain, I saw Mo Li in the neighboring ice cave. Her cold poison was so intense it had frozen the entire wall into the shape of a massive hex insect. I stumbled into the trial grounds of the Earth Vein Poison Pit and saw something wrong with the sword turtle. Its giant flaming sword was plunged into a lava pool, but the tip was encrusted with Mo Li's cold poison crystals. The machine voice of the turtle glitched, sparks flying as it switched its wing blades to an ice soul state. The moment my centipede claws touched the hilt, a wave of clashing ice and fire blasted me backward. A system notification popped up. I had detected a nuclear cultivation opportunity. By combining my 1,000-foot poison with her ice soul poison, I unlocked a temporary skill, the Ice Fire Poison Strike. It would only last 10 minutes. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the ice cave next door. Mo Li's scream pierced through the stone walls. Her cold poison insects were rioting, turning her cave into a frozen hellscape. Time blurred. It was now the 7th day of the month, the bone-snatching day. I intercepted a fellow disciple in the corpse oil marsh. His life hex was a 3-eyed cicada. It hissed, spraying a hallucinogenic mist into the air as he demanded I hand over my insects. I didn't waste words. I plunged my centipede arm into the mud, sending my poison through the earth veins to rot his feet from below. As I prepared to rip the hex veins out of his body, the cicada suddenly self-destructed. In the mist, a phantom of Mo Li appeared. My poison sword chi lunged forward by instinct, but I jerked the strike aside at the last second, refusing to hit her image. That split-second opening allowed a poison needle to fly straight for my throat. Clang! The ice blade of the dual-soul sword turtle blocked the lethal hit. Cold poison runes, identical to Mo Li's, glowed on the steel. It felt like she was standing right there with me. When I finally walked into the Hall of Merit, I was carrying 3 severed heads of my fellow disciples. Old Mother Guay was busy feeding her own life hex with corpse oil. She used her staff to tilt one of the heads up, her eyes squinting. She told me my killing technique was too messy. Then, she flicked a drop of corpse oil hex into my right arm. She said it would keep my bones from breaking so easily next time. The scales on my arm peeled back as the oil surged through my veins, heading straight for my heart. My system screen went wild. I had received a gift from old Mother Guay. My poison vein strength jumped by 20%, but the cost was 7 days of agonizing, bone-deep pain. On the bright side, I now had access to the 2nd floor of the sect treasury. As I leaned against a stone pillar, gasping for air, I caught a glimpse of Mo Li. She was at the treasury counter, exchanging points for ice soul stones. The green light from the fake eye in her socket leaked out like a sickly mist. The day of the monthly assessment finally arrived. The sun beat down on the martial arena, but the atmosphere was cold and tense. A crowd gathered around the stage, their eyes locked on me. My centipede arm felt different now, more fluid, more responsive. I could retract or extend it with a single thought. I stood on that stage, my gaze sharp enough to draw blood. One challenger after another stepped up. None of them lasted. By the time I crushed the life bone of the 9th challenger, the arena had fallen into a deathly silence. Then, the myriad bone banner atop the Hall of Merit began to tremble violently. A thick, crimson light descended from the sky, bathing me in a bloody glow. A grim, hollow voice echoed through the air, naming me the 79th poison fiend of the 5 poisons sect and awarding me the Bone King command. Old Mother Gue walked toward me, her staff carving deep poison marks into the ground with every step. But as she reached me, the sword turtle, which had been standing still, suddenly snapped. It lunged, swinging its massive ice blade toward my back with blinding speed. The crowd gasped, but I was ready. I spun around, my centipede claw thrusting deep into the sword turtle's chest. The collision of my 1,000-foot poison and its ice soul poison triggered a massive explosion. Light blinded everyone as centipedes and sword beams intertwined and fused in the air. When the dust settled, a new notification appeared. Combined ultimate skill awakened, 1,000-foot sword realm. Meanwhile, back in the silence of the ice cave, Emily was fighting her own battle. The temperature was 100 degrees below zero. 3,000 icebone larvae were devouring her essence blood inside a cauldron. Every bite was tracked by her system. Her survival rate was dropping. When the 7th drop of poison blood hit the cauldron, the larvae went berserk. They tore through the ice and burrowed directly into her left eye socket. The stone oil eye exploded with blue poison flames. "Enough!" she screamed. The cold surged, freezing the larvae into solid crystals. She had obtained a mutated bone insect, the ice marrow bone. It could freeze poison aggression for 30 seconds, but the cost was high. It would randomly erase her memories from the last 24 hours. Emily slumped against the wall, gasping. She reached for her waist, but the twin soul knot I had given her was gone. As midnight approached, her fake eye drifted out of her socket, hovering in the air. It projected a vision of the future, the sword turtle's flaming blade falling, my centipede arm being severed at the root, and a frozen centipede seal glowing inside the turtle's chest, pulsing in perfect sync with her own cold eye. "No," she shrieked, her voice shattering the vision as her out-of-control poison began to bury half the cliff in ice. The system screen flickered violently against the jagged ice crystals. A notification flashed, provision effect active. Mental shock level A. I had unlocked a new ability, Instant Void, but my intimacy with Emily plummeted by 20%. It sat at a dangerous 60%. Before I could react, old Kai, that venomous old hag, flicked her finger. The ice encasing Emily shattered instantly. She raised her white-boned staff, hooking it under Emily's blinded left eye. She warned me that if Emily used that vision power again, the next thing to freeze would be her heart. Emily had successfully used the ice marrow bone to freeze the poison aggression inside me, but a terrifying mutation erupted without warning. The parasitic insects embedded in her stone oil armor seemed driven by a mysterious force. They self-destructed all at once. Carcasses and green fluids sprayed everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. At that exact moment, a strange surge of energy erupted from the Ice Palace tracking mark. It flowed upward against the cold poison, rushing straight into Emily's empty left eye socket. Within seconds, a delicate, pale yellow totem formed inside her eye. Old Kai's cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened with a golden light. She stared at the totem, her voice trembling with a mix of disbelief and greed. She whispered that it was the aura of the northern abyss. Without hesitation, she lunged, driving her bone staff toward Emily's temple. The staff acted like a vacuum. It began violently draining the cold energy from Emily's body. Old Kai cackled, her laughter echoing through the cave. She shouted that the heavens were helping her, saving her the trouble of traveling to the far north to capture a target. In her agony, Emily saw fragments of the past. The images blurred by until they stopped on a memory from when she was 5 years old. She saw her mother holding a crystal-clear ice needle, gently piercing her forehead to seal something terrifying away. The patterns on that needle were identical to the totem now glowing in her eye. The system forced a status update. Temporary state. Ice Palace hunted. Hostility from northern forces increased by 30%. She had unlocked a hidden skill, Blood Yellow Body. I burst into the ice cave just as Emily was using the ice marrow bone to freeze the rampaging twin soul sword turtle. When the cold poison met the spiritual fire, the ancient king markings on the turtle's chest crawled onto my centipede arm. "Don't touch her," I warned. My aura exploded. My long sword shimmered with an eerie light, transforming into a sharp streak of toxic sword chi. I slashed at the ice, the blade cutting through the air like lightning. But as the strike neared Emily, I gritted my teeth and forced the blade to veer off at the last second. The sword turtle seized the opening. It broke free from its shackles, swinging its massive flaming blade into the ground. The impact tore a deep, scorched trench into the earth. My system panel showed our team cooperation was at 45%, on the verge of total collapse. A prompt appeared. Exchange sword intent for the heart-link drum to force cooperation. The sword turtle didn't stop. It plunged its blade directly into a pool of boiling lava. The magma erupted like a wounded beast. As the spiritual fire met the earth's toxic flames, they fused into a sickening purple-black fire. The ancient markings on the turtle's shell came alive, greedily swallowing the fire poison. A massive crimson system screen filled the cave. It tracked the progress, heart-burning body refinement. Sword body heat resistance, 72%. Out-of-control risk, 38%. New attribute, lava corrosion. The pressure in the air was suffocating. When the seventh strand of fire poison merged with the blade, the turtle went berserk. It swung the flaming sword, splashing toxic fire onto 3 nearby disciples, setting them ablaze. I raised my centipede arm to block the next strike. My scales cracked under the force. A master's trial triggered. The synchronization rate fluctuated wildly between 55 and 32%. The turtle evolved. Hidden form, lava sword turtle. The scene shifted to a stormy night. The turtle was suspended by iron chains at Thunderstrike Peak. Old Kai summoned 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, mixing them with heart-eating insects from the 5 Poisons sect. The turtle's mechanical voice crackled through the thunder, suggesting a shift to lightning form. As the 3rd bolt hit the sword, Emoli's ice marrow bone flew into the air. The collision of cold poison and heavenly lightning created a toxic mist of ice and electricity. Bone wings made of lightning sprouted from the turtle's back. Evolution complete. Heavenly Thunder Sword Turtle. The risk of losing control jumped to 78%. It had a new ultimate move, Ice Thunder Poison Storm. In that heart-stopping moment, my centipede arm moved like a ghost. I drove it straight through the turtle's hardened chest. Thousands of centipede bones flooded inside, releasing a lethal venom to suppress the rampaging energy. Through the chaos of lightning and fire, I saw the turtle's eyes. They reflected a massive bronze tripod located back in the sect leader's cultivation room. The mysterious carvings on that tripod were an exact match for the ancient text on the turtle's sword. Time skipped forward to the end of the month at the martial arena. The sword turtle stood there, wielding a massive lava blade. It looked like a god of war, sweeping through opponents and leaving firestorms in its wake. But as the 7th challenger's life bone was incinerated by the toxic fire, the sword woke up. Thousands of dazzling lightning spikes erupted from the hilt, ready to tear the world apart. Those lightning spikes flew through the air like electrical dragons. They wove together instantly, forming a cage of thunder that trapped everyone inside. Then, a voice boomed across the arena, shaking my very soul. The heart-burning sword domain was activating. A massive wave of power exploded outward, covering 50 yards in an instant. The people trapped inside screamed in terror. They were being hit with the mark of heart-burning, a curse that stacked every second. Each stack stripped away 2% of their sanity. I watched them slowly sink into a deep abyss of madness and despair. It was powerful, but it cost my sword turtle 10% of its durability every minute. I didn't hesitate. I leaped into the center of the domain. I jammed my centipede arm straight into the turtle's power core. The 1,000-foot ancient poison merged with the lava fire poison, triggering a violent explosion. The domain expanded, doubling in size to 100 yards. Our combined skill evolved right before my eyes. The 1,000-foot sword domain became the heart-burning poison tide. Emily struggled to control the surge. She activated her snow whirl sigil to suppress the rampaging energy, and I felt our team's synchronization climb back to 60%. Suddenly, Old Woman Gue's bone staff slammed into the ground, carving a dark emblem. A shadow flickered, the cult leader's decree. In 3 days, We were to slaughter the Qingcheng sect's outer strongholds. As the turtle's lightning scanned the decree, Mo Li's ice marrow bones suddenly froze a specific coordinate on the map. It was the exact location of the massacre she had seen in her visions. We moved to the formation. The moment the 5 elements inversion array started, things went wrong. My centipede arm moved against my will, lunging at Mo Li. Her ice armor barely managed to freeze my scales before the ground erupted with lava and toxic fire. The fire element was crushing the metal eye of the array. Mo Li's prosthetic eye glowed with the snow whirl totem. Cold silk threads shot through the toxic mist. We had to hold out. The array I would shift to wood in 15 minutes. My turtle slammed its massive lava sword into the formation, using its lightning wings to prop up the domain. A system screen flashed in my vision, red and urgent. The elements were rotating. We were stuck between metal and fire. The countdown hit 15 seconds. Our danger level was skyrocketing. Then, my 1,000-foot centipede king went completely feral. It opened its hideous mandibles and clamped down on the ice bones protecting Mo Li's shoulder. I heard a sickening crunch. The frozen armor shattered into 1,000 pieces. A blood-red system warning popped up, devour triggered. My health jumped by 30%, but Mo Li's ice reserves were gutted. Her defense was failing. The array shifted again. Water was now suppressing fire. The turtle's lightning wings, once a blessing, became a heavy burden. Toxic fire leaked from the joints of its bones, igniting Mo Li's poison shield. The battlefield turned into a hell's cape of fire and choking smoke. Switch forms. Mo Li screamed. She unleashed a wave of cold energy, firing ice marrow bones like meteors into the turtle's chest. They froze the cavity solid, but the cold poison didn't stop there. It flowed backward, deep into the turtle's internal structure. A deafening explosion rocked the arena. Through the smoke, the sword turtle began its terrifying 4th evolution. Its white bone wings tripled in size, casting a massive shadow over us. On its shell, a mysterious, unfinished ancient god totem flickered with an evil light. A warning flashed, unfinished form. Energy overload at 127%. Sync rate locked at maximum. Green toxic fire erupted wherever the bone wings touched the ground, temporarily holding back the array's backlash. But my right arm was gone. The scales had reversed, digging deep into my own heart. Mo Li's prosthetic eye suddenly popped out of its socket, hovering in the air. It formed an ice mirror, showing us a vision of 7 seconds into the future. In that vision, my arm tore my heart out, the turtle self-destructed, and the array collapsed. We were all going to die. I didn't think. I condensed my poison sword chi into a thin wire around my throat and jerked it down, severing my own arm at the joint. My toxic blood sprayed onto the array, forming a temporary eye. The severed centipede limb squirmed and thrashed, activating a special hidden weapon trait. We gained a daily immunity to elemental suppression, but the cost was permanent. My attack power was cut in half. The turtle slammed its wings into the earth, funneling the overflowing energy back into the formation. The core stone of the 5 elements inversion array shattered. The blast threw us in 3 different directions. When Mo Li opened her eyes in the rubble, she saw a nightmare. My severed stump had sprouted the true body of the centipede king, which was now tangling with the turtle's wings into a spiral pillar of venom. Her ice bones were drawn into the pillar, acting as a catalyst. A new fusion skill unlocked, Doomsday Poison Tide. It covered 300 yards, but every use would cost us dearly in soul bond intimacy. As the tide of poison swallowed the arena, Old Woman Gui's staff emerged from the dirt. It held a piece of the array stone marked with a sword scar. It belonged to Qing Suzi, the man who guarded Qingqing Mountain 20 years ago. High above, a blood-red light descended from the Temple of Merit. The cult leader's phantom solidified in the mist. He raised a hand, freezing the poison tide instantly. His eyes, hidden behind a bronze mask, scanned the 3 of us. Better than Qing Suzi was, he remarked coldly. He flicked 3 heart-eating bones toward us. Our mission was set. In 3 days, we would wipe out the northern stronghold of Qingqing Mountain. As I caught the bone, a parasite burrowed into my wound. The turtle's wings brushed the ground, revealing a map of the mountain in the toxic residue. A single coordinate, frozen by Mo Lee's ice, was blinking right in the middle of our path. Clouds swallowed the moon as we reached the outpost. My centipede arm punched through a wooden window, my fingers reaching for a guard's throat. But when I touched him, he felt wrong. He was cold and slimy. The body was already rotting. Parasites spilled out of his empty eye sockets. This was corrosive heart poison. The turtle's wings swept the rotting meat aside, revealing a sword mark on the guard's chest. He had been dead for 3 days, killed by a Ching sect technique. Mo Lee's fake eye began to vibrate. Her copper puppets glowed with a sickly green light as she sent ice threads through the walls to scout. "There are no survivors," she whispered, clutching her bleeding eye socket. "The poison concentration is impossible. What are they breeding in there?" Before I could answer, 7 poisoned hidden blades whistled through the air. I swung my arm, my sword chi shattering the metal into dust. We weren't the ones doing the hunting tonight. The poison from the flying swords didn't just fall. It knitted together in midair, forming a toxic web shaped like a screaming ghost. We were trapped in a lethal cage. From the shadows of the trees, a group of 5 poison sect scouts emerged like dogs scenting meat, followed by a cultivator wearing an 8-faced mask. He lunged, his Ching sword wrapped in a swirling black mist of corrosive rot. The moment his blade bit into the earth, thousands of toxic vines erupted from the ground for 60 feet in every direction. The thorns on those vines glowed with a sickly, rhythmic light. My double-broken sword turtle slammed its bone wings open, and I thrust my spirit fire poison staff at the nearest vine. The fire was hot enough to melt gold, but a thick slime secreted by the vines smothered the flames instantly. The 8-faced cultivator sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the vines tightened like giant pythons. My centipede arm lashed out, shredding 2 of the vines like wire cutters, but the mist spraying from the severed ends began eating through my spirit armor. Beside me, Mo Lee's prosthetic eye suddenly exploded. Cold poison mixed with greasy fluid sprayed onto the vine web, causing the plants to twitch and convulse in pain. I didn't waste the opening. My fingers traced a hex in the air, channeling my energy into the source of the poison staff. I slammed my sword chi into the center of the formation, forcing the centipede ancient poison to surge backward through the earth's veins. As the 7th vine exploded into mist, the 8-faced cultivator's blade was already at Mo Lee's throat. He flicked his sword, cutting her sleeve and revealing her veins, which were turning black with rot. "Hand over the 5 poison's essence," he demanded. I didn't answer with words. The bone wings of my sword turtle detached, spinning through the air like saw blades. I mixed my centipede venom into the spirit fire, creating a blue-purple flame that tore a hole in the vine net. I lunged, my right arm coiling around the cultivator's leg, my scales bristling with poison needles. But when they hit his robes, they only left sticky marks. The bastard was wearing golden silk soft armor, stitched to be immune to 100 poisons. Suddenly, my system flashed a warning. The enemy count on Ching Mountain had surpassed 50. A new objective triggered, the evil slaying order. My vision updated with scouting intel on the northern route's defenses. Mo Lee's cold poison spiraled out of control. The energy absorbed by the vines formed a shimmering alkaline crust around her, and within that crust, a horrifying image appeared. Buried beneath this mountain path were 9 bronze furnaces. Each one was refining corrosive heart turtles. The ground beneath us buckled and collapsed. We tumbled into the dark, the sword turtle's spirit fire illuminating a massive underground workshop. The air reeked of rotting meat. 300 half-finished turtle puppets were hauling poison sacks through the gloom. In the very center, a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms soaked in a vat of boiling poison. It was Tai Song Zi, a Ching elder who had been missing for years. The massacre at the outpost had been a distraction. They weren't just killing, they were building an army. I pressed my poisoned right hand against the furnace wall, letting the centipede poison seep into the metal carvings. The 8-faced cultivator stepped out from behind the furnace, a beating heart balanced on the tip of his sword. "The sect leader knew you'd come," he said. "This monster just needs a primary soul." The heart exploded. The poison slurry rose up like a giant hand, reaching for Mo Lee. I grabbed her and leaped back as the sword turtle's wings were coated in rot. My system screen shattered and reset. The mission had changed. Destroy furnace number 3. The reward? The secret key to corrosive poison refining. Mo Lee's fake eye began to self-repair, her new pupil reflecting the core of the furnace. The sect leader's lifebone is embedded at the bottom, she whispered. She touched the scalding furnace wall, and the sound of breaking chains thundered through the cavern. The three-headed monster opened 6 blood-red eyes. Far away, the bells of Amei Mountain's golden peak rang out, echoing through the clouds. Elder Yu Hengzi was desperate. He traced frost runes over the cracks in the mountain's great array. Above him, the shadow of a 9-headed serpent churned the toxic clouds. My laughter, carried by the bloody wind, pierced the ears of every disciple. Old man Miaoyi, are your children and grandchildren enough to feed my 10,000 poison seeds? Yu Hengzi didn't hesitate. He bit his tongue and spat essence blood onto the frozen core of the array. The dim crystal erupted with a blinding cold light, freezing the poison mist within 60 feet into jagged ice sculptures. He was using the ice-burning art, a forbidden technique that traded his own life force for power. My system flickered wildly as the mountain array was 70% collapsed, but Yu Hengzi had just sacrificed 20 years of his life to hold the line. Suddenly, his own disciples, their bodies crawling with parasites, turned on him. One lunged with an ice sword, aiming for his heart. Yu Hengzi roared, spinning around and smashing the disciple's skull with a single palm. The parasites that sprayed out were frozen into ice pellets before they could hit the ground. Seal the cave, Yu Hengzi shouted. Anyone with blue veins in their eyes is. The ground shook again as 3 poisonous turtles burst through the floor, dragging heavy frost chains. These weren't just puppets. They were the corpses of Amei's elite disciples who had fallen yesterday, now turned into weapons against their own master. Deep inside the cave, another elder, Ling Sushin, drove 9 soul-pinning nails into her own chest. She was turning herself into a living anchor for the array. She knew the cost, and as the last nail went in, a dragon's roar erupted from the earth. 100-foot ice dragon lunged at me, tearing through the serpent shadow. Ling Sushin dissolved into frost, but she had cleared 30% of the poison from the mountain. I kicked off the remains of the serpent, soaring through the air like a black bolt of lightning toward the main hall. My palm glowed with a nauseating green light. Miaoyi, your ice is melting. A brilliant blue sword light slashed down from the clouds. Miaoyi appeared, surrounded by gray poison mist, holding a fragment of a shattering crystal. Old poison, he said, his voice cold enough to pierce the soul. Do you recognize the ice heart technique? A system warning screamed in my ear. Ice soul fragment will detonate in 180 seconds. I didn't flinch. I laughed, my face twisting into a grin, and flicked my wrist. 3 funeral nails, glowing with an eerie black light, flew from my fingertips. They hissed through the air like 3 deadly vipers, aiming straight for Miaoyi. At the same time, I pushed my cultivation to the limit. The toxic fog surrounding me surged outward in massive waves. A deafening explosion rocked the summit. The 12 pillars of ice atop the golden peak shattered simultaneously. Massive chunks of ancient ice shot into the sky before raining down like a hailstorm. Within seconds, a blinding blizzard swallowed everything for 100 miles. The sheer force of the cold was terrifying. It actually pushed my corrosive poison gas back, compressing it toward me. A blood-red system notification flashed in my vision. *9 poison mysterious body is being eroded by absolute zero. Physical collapse speed increased by 300%. Inside the cave, a cold sensation spread from Mo Lee's fingertips. It didn't feel like she was touching metal or ice. It felt like she was touching a sentient, frozen life form that had been slumbering for 1,000 years. As her fingers brushed the edge of the great ice sword, a strange resonance formed between her and the puppet. Deep inside the blade, the tiny, hidden talismans left by Zi Chao began to scream. They were like snakes caught in a winter freeze, buckling under the weight of Mo Lee's pure, dominant cold poison. An ice-blue light erupted from the sword's edge, flowing like a galaxy of stars and washing over the purple-black runes. With a crisp cracking sound, Zichao's mental brand was frozen solid and shattered into meaningless dust. Then, Mo Li's left eye changed. The prosthetic eye, crafted from oil and spirit bugs, was no longer just a replacement for what she had lost. Deep within the pupil, the faint snow-yellow totem suddenly exploded with a brilliant, ghostly blue light. This power didn't come from the bugs. It came from deep within Mo Li's bloodline, awakened by the combination of the Ghost Water Sutra and the mysterious underworld cold poison. The light from the totem pierced through the artificial eye and projected directly onto the great ice sword. Clang! A clear, high-pitched hum erupted from the blade. It was sharp enough to pierce clouds and shatter stone, echoing through the entire cavern. This wasn't the sound of vibrating metal. It was the cry of a living soul, filled with majesty and a killing intent that could freeze the world. Cold air swirled violently around the sword, turning the moisture in the air into dancing crystals. They circled the blade like subjects bowing to their king. "From now on, your name is Han Huang," Emily said. Her voice echoed in the cave. She didn't sound like a timid girl anymore. She spoke with a natural authority, cold and commanding. Her words seemed to carry the weight of a divine decree, branding themselves into the core intelligence of the puppet. Ancient runes flickered on the hilt of the sword, finally settling into 4 chilling characters. Han Huang Wu Go. This wasn't just a name. It was the birth of a new contract and a new power system. It fused the extreme poison of the Ghost Water Sutra with the freezing power of the mysterious underworld cold poison. It even touched upon the mysterious inheritance of the Northern Dark Ice Palace hidden in Mo Li's blood. This sword, this puppet, was no longer Zichao's. It belonged solely to Mo Li. I stood to the side, watching them. My secondary eyes reflected my sister and that terrifying blade. I felt a mix of emotions. I was relieved she finally had the power to protect herself, but I was worried. The source of this power, especially that totem, felt dangerous. It pointed towards secrets I wasn't sure we were ready for. But mostly, I felt a grim resolve. No matter what happened, I had to protect her. I reached out with my right arm, which was covered in the scales of the green Ming centipede, and pressed my hand against the broad side of the blade. It was freezing, but deeper down, I felt a new, pure strength. I felt a connection to Mo Li that was as tight as our shared blood. I let my poison evil points flow through my arm into the sword. Dark green energy slithered over the ice blue surface like a living thing, forming intricate patterns that complemented the 4 characters on the hilt. "In your name, I justify my poison," I whispered. My voice was raspy from the toxins clashing in my throat. "Protect my kin." It was an order to the puppet, but it was also a promise to myself. The system pinged. Puppet ownership complete. Name, Han Huang. Form, mysterious ice sword jade. Sync rate, 100%, bound to Mo Li. Domain skill unlocked. Purgatory Han Huang. The skill was massive. It created a 300-yard radius of extreme cold. Any enemy energy attacks, spells, poison, or mental strikes would be forcibly frozen into solid ice. Allies inside would gain an ice armor buff, increasing defense by 30%, while enemies would suffer the wrath of the Ice Phoenix, losing health and speed every second. Then came the warning. It hit me like a bucket of ice water. Warning: using Purgatory Han Huang will permanently reduce Mo Li's maximum health by 5% per use. Use with extreme caution. This power was a double-edged sword. It was a guardian, but it was also a curse. Every time she used it to save us, she would be one step closer to death. We didn't have time to dwell on the cost. 300 miles away, in a dark, damp cave, Zichao snapped his eyes open. His 3-headed snake phantom hissed in fury. The mental brand he had hidden in the puppet's core had been wiped out. That brand wasn't just for control. It contained a fragment of his soul, a key part of his plan to seize a new body in the future. Now, that plan was ruined. "You brat! You witch! How dare you ruin my work!" Zichao screamed. His hair stood on end as toxic mist boiled around him. He could feel that the puppet hadn't just escaped him. It had evolved into something that specifically countered his poison techniques. He was terrified, and that terror turned into murderous rage. You think you can escape me? He slammed his hands together in a seal. He poured his remaining soul fragment and his core poison fire into a strike that crossed the 300 miles of space between us. A massive, solid shadow of a three-headed fire serpent tore through the air, diving straight for our cave. This time, the fire wasn't just energy. It was a death sentence. That strike wasn't just a physical attack. It carried Zichao's very will and a deep, festering malice. As the toxic fire tore through the air, the space around it warped and twisted. Solid rock melted into slag. A foul stench of sulfur and decay filled the void, thick enough to choke a man. The massive three-headed serpent opened its maws, spewing flames hot enough to boil the seas. He wanted to crush this threat before it could truly wake up. The pressure was suffocating. It felt like a mountain of stone was descending on our ice cave. The frozen walls began to groan and tremble. Emily looked pale. I could feel her body shaking as she faced that pure, hellish malice. But then, her eyes caught mine. She looked at the frigid ice arrow in her hand, and the shaking stopped. A cold, hard resolve took its place. Purgatory, ignite, Emily whispered. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. Her right eye remained clear, but her left eye, the one marked with the snow-yellow totem, flared with power. She stared directly at the lunging fire serpent. Without a second of hesitation, she poured every drop of her cold poison into the ice arrow. The weapon hummed. The puppet raised its head, its gray-blue pupils exploding with a fierce, icy light. Emily took a step forward. With a sound like the sky tearing apart, she slammed the massive ice arrow into the ground. Domain expansion, Purgatory Hanhuang. In an instant, the extreme cold exploded outward like a tidal wave. The temperature plummeted past the freezing point. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, everything within 300 yards was instantly encased in thick, shimmering blue ice. The cave turned into a crystalline hell. Every bit of heat was sucked out of the air, leaving nothing but eternal frost and silence. The three-headed fire serpent slammed into this frozen world. It was like hitting an invisible wall of diamond. The flames that could melt steel let out a pathetic hiss the moment they touched the edge of the domain. It sounded like red-hot iron being dropped into a frozen lake. The fire froze mid-flicker. The rolling toxic mist turned to solid glass. In just a few breaths, that massive, terrifying serpent became a lifeless ice sculpture, its jaws still wide in a silent scream. This was the power of the Purgatory Han Huang domain. It was absolute suppression. It forcibly froze all hostile energy. 300 miles away, Zichao felt his ultimate strike get neutralized so easily. He was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood. He could feel the fragment of his soul trapped inside that frozen fire, cut off and unable to return. I'm not done yet, Emily said. Her voice echoed through the cave, colder than the ice surrounding us. She looked at the frozen serpent with zero mercy. The puppet understood. It slowly raised its arm, pointing the massive ice sword at the sculpture. A terrifying power began to gather along the blade, glowing with a deep blue light. Shatter! Emily gave the command, and the puppet swung. It wasn't a physical strike. It triggered the entire power of the domain. Inside the frozen serpent, billions of tiny ice crystals detonated at once. It was like a million invisible blades exploding from the inside out. The massive sculpture disintegrated. Shards of ice, burning with ghostly blue flames, flew in every direction. Each fragment carried both lethal poison and bone-shattering cold. This wasn't just a physical break, it was a reversal. Emily had fused Zichao's toxic fire with her own cold energy and blown it back at him. The storm of ice blades didn't just clear the cave. A large portion of that energy tore through space itself, tracing the connection back to Zichao's true body. In his distant cave, Zichao collapsed as if hit by lightning. He sprayed a mouthful of purple-black blood. His spectral phantom flickered, nearly vanishing. But what truly terrified him was the sensation of his own memories and secrets being ripped away, caught in the shards of ice and lost to the void. System notifications began flashing in my vision. Asterisk achievement updated. Zichao's projection destroyed. Special energy looted. 6 strands of source poison fire absorbed. Special items obtained. 2 fragmented godstone shards containing Zi Chao's memories, asterisk. The system was already analyzing them. A 15% success rate. It was enough to track his location or peek into his secrets. My heart raced. We had crippled him again and gained a lead. But Emily wasn't finished. She knew this wasn't enough to end the threat. Ignoring the weakness spreading through her body as her life force drained, she formed a new hand seal. The totem in her left eye blazed. Purgatory mirror. Every ice surface in the domain became as smooth as a mirror. Light bent and twisted. These weren't just reflections, they were alive. They began to absorb and amplify the lingering traces of Zi Chao's energy. The puppet swung its sword again, piercing the largest memory fragment floating in the air. Suddenly, the mirrors changed. They stopped reflecting the cave and started showing distorted images from Zi Chao's past. I saw his younger, cruel face. I saw him betraying his own sect brothers for resources. I saw him kneeling before a dark, terrifying entity, swearing his soul away. I saw his secret plot to infiltrate the Qingqing sect and steal his current position. The images flickered across thousands of mirrors like a macabre slideshow. Then, as the ice blade pierced the memory of his coup, the images converged into a single point on the sword's tip. A shimmering coordinate made of ice crystals formed. Analysis successful. Location of Zi Chao's true body identified. Northern Dark Sea, 7,000 feet down. The blood altar. I looked at Emily, and I saw the shock in her eyes. The Northern Dark Sea was a forbidden zone, a place of legend and terror. To think his nest was hidden in that abyss. It made sense now why he was so obsessed with cold poison and ice techniques. His entire foundation was built in that frozen hell. I found you, I whispered. A fire of revenge burned in my chest. We finally had his location. But as the realization hit us, the domain reached its limit. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ice walls. The brilliant blue light faded, and the frozen world we had created started to crumble into dust. The air grew thick again as the temperature began to climb. Suddenly, Emily couldn't hold on anymore. She coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood filled with jagged ice crystals. Her body swayed, her strength failing. I could feel her life force plummeting. The strain had permanently cut her maximum health by 10%. A wave of weakness hit her like a tide, making it seem as if her very soul was being drained away. Her vision blurred, and the world began to hum in her ears. A warning flashed in my mind. The domain had overloaded. Emily was at 30% health and extremely fragile. Her jade-cold domain was entering a forced cooldown for the next 96 hours. Emily, my heart skipped a beat. I didn't hesitate. I lunged forward and caught her before she hit the ground. I could feel her life slipping through my fingers as the cold curse backfired, freezing her from the inside out. I had to act. I raised my centipede-like right arm. Emily's eyes widened in shock as my sharp-boned spurs moved toward her. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I targeted the specific medicinal points on her back. I took the massive, violent poison energy within my own body, channeled it through the thousand-legged bone king, and filtered it using the ghost water scripture. I transformed that raw malice into a surge of warm, life-giving energy and forced it into her. Emily let out a low groan. She felt the heat rushing into her limbs, driving back the frost. The speed of her life force fading slowed down, and a hint of color returned to her pale face. Her health stabilized at 45%. But this came at a heavy price. My own poison reserves drained away like a dam bursting. My face turned ghostly white, and the scales on my centipede arm grew dull. Even worse, forcing these two extreme powers together triggered a hidden danger. The blood-yellow totem in Emily's left eye socket began to flicker violently after absorbing my energy. Within that eerie blue glow, an ominous crimson streak appeared. A cold, majestic will, something ancient, as if from a prehistoric frozen wasteland, seemed to wake up inside her. "Brother, you," Emily gasped. She felt a sharp, needle-like pain in her eye. A strange, terrifying impulse to freeze everything in existence began to take root in her mind. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," I whispered, fighting through my own exhaustion. I held her tight. "I'll find a way to fix this. I'll get you out of here." I looked at her with my auxiliary eyes, seeing her pain and confusion. It hurt to watch. I knew that injecting my energy was just a temporary fix. I might have just awakened something much worse inside her. Right then, the ice above us. No, the very clouds covering the mountain, split open. A beam of pure, white sword light cut through the mist like a divine judgment, illuminating the dark valley below. Then, a high-pitched cry echoed through the heavens. It wasn't a mimicry. It was the real cry of a divine bird. A massive, snow-white ice phoenix descended from the clouds, its wings shimmering with a faint blue light. Every flap of its wings sent ice crystals dancing through the air, and the temperature dropped instantly. Standing on the phoenix's broad back was a woman. She wore a simple white robe that looked as if it were carved from snow itself, untouched by the dust of the world. Her black hair fell like a waterfall, held up by a single ice hairpin. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but her expression was colder than the deepest glacier. She seemed to have no human emotion at all. Her gaze swept over the ruined ice cave, passing over me and the Mo-Li in my arms. Finally, her eyes locked onto the jade-cold sword that had just gone quiet. As she looked at it, the fierce, murderous blade actually let out a soft whine. It trembled, not in anger, but in submission. It was afraid. My heart sank when I saw the woman's forehead. There, between her brows, was a single red cinnabar mark. The shape and the aura it radiated were a perfect match for the crimson-flecked totem glowing in Mo-Li's left eye. The woman opened her lips, her voice sounding like ice water hitting a jade plate. The jade-cold refinement. She reached out a slender finger. A wisp of frost gathered at her tip, the same cold poison that was killing Mo-Li, but hers was purer and far more dominant. The forbidden art of my northern ice palace, lost for 300 years, and yet it reappears in your hands. She finally looked away from the sword and stared directly at Mo-Li's face. Specifically, she stared at that glowing red totem in her eye. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed the woman's face. A new storm had arrived. The cave fell into a deathly silence. The debris from the collapsing domain hadn't even finished settling. The air smelled of cracked ice, blood, and poison. But with the arrival of this ice phoenix, a new kind of cold swept in, a cold that didn't just chill the skin, but froze the very soul. I held Mo-Li tighter, my muscles tensing. The scales on my centipede arm clicked as they opened and closed instinctively. I kept my eyes locked on the woman. My poison reserves were low, but I forced what was left to circulate, trying to fight off the freezing pressure. I realized with a sinking feeling that my poison techniques, the things I relied on to survive, were completely suppressed by her power. It was like a flickering candle facing a blizzard. This woman was stronger than anyone I had ever met, even more dangerous than Zichao's avatar. Mo-Li trembled in my arms, but it wasn't just from the cold. Ever since that woman appeared, the totem in her eye had been throbbing. That strange crimson light was growing stronger, as if something was trying to claw its way out of her body. She felt a terrifying pull toward the woman, a sense of belonging that made her both confused and desperate. It was a connection buried deep in her bloodline. Even the jade-cold sword, which had just accepted Mo-Li as its master, stood still in the frozen dirt. It hummed softly, withdrawing its aura. In the presence of the woman on the phoenix, the legendary blade acted like a common dog meeting its king. It had tucked its tail between its legs. The ice phoenix landed gracefully at the entrance of the ice cave. Its massive wings flapped once, sending a freezing gale that made my robes rattle violently. The woman in white drifted down from the phoenix's back. Her bare feet touched the frozen ground as if she were stepping on invisible clouds, leaving not a speck of dust behind. Her gaze was as cold and detached as the moon. First, she glanced at the frozen fragments of Zichao's avatar scattered across the floor. Then, she looked at the silent cold desolation sword puppet standing nearby. Finally, her eyes settled on Mo-Li and me. "Purgatory cold desolation," she said. Her voice was thin and sharp, carrying a hint of hidden curiosity. To condense the chill of the profound dark and fuse it with the fire of toxic evil, forcing the activation of the Ice Palace's lost purgatory technique. "Who taught you this?" Her eyes were like ice picks, capable of piercing straight through a person's soul. My heart skipped a beat. So that was the name of the domain, the Purgatory Cold Desolation. And it was a lost forbidden art of the Ice Palace. The karma involved here was far more dangerous than I had imagined. I instinctively pulled Emily behind me, shielding her. I met the woman's gaze and spoke in a low, steady voice. No one taught us. My sister and I were trapped between life and death. We understood it by pure chance through our struggle to survive. I deliberately hid any mention of the Ghost Water Sutra or the Five Poisons sect. I needed to emphasize that we figured it out ourselves to distance us from any forbidden groups. The woman's elegant brow furrowed slightly. She didn't look satisfied with my answer. In fact, she didn't seem to believe me at all. Her gaze shifted to Emily, specifically focusing on the crimson totem throbbing in her left eye and the cinnabar mark on her forehead. That mark looked remarkably similar to the woman's own, yet it seemed suppressed or tainted by some dark power. The cold poison in your body is no ordinary ailment, the woman stated. Her tone was flat, but carried an absolute authority. It is the profound dark blood curse. It uses the holy blood of the Ice Palace as a medium to plant a tracking brand and a lethal curse. Tell me, where is the person who planted this curse on you? The profound dark blood curse? The holy blood of the Ice Palace? Emily and I both felt a shock run through our spirits. It turned out the cold poison wasn't just a curse, it was a beacon for trackers, and it involved something called holy blood. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. Emily instinctively covered her left eye as the stinging pain intensified. A blurry memory flashed in her mind, an image of her mother holding an ice needle, piercing it into her forehead. I wondered if her mother was actually connected to this ice palace. It was the Five Poisons sect. I shouted before Emily could say a word. I needed a scapegoat, and they were the perfect candidates. I had to divert this mysterious woman's attention away from Emily's bloodline secrets immediately. Those monsters from the Five Poisons sect stole a secret technique from the Ice Palace. I continued, making my voice sound thick with grief and rage. They kidnapped my sister and planted that foul curse to turn her into a specialized medicinal tripod. We barely escaped and have been hunted ever since. I watched her reaction closely. The Five Poisons sect. The woman seemed unfamiliar with the name. She paused for a moment, her eyes scanning my grotesque centipede arm and the lingering aura of the 1,000-foot lord. The energy on your body is a mess. I see traces of ancient southern poisons, corpse refining techniques, and even a hint of sword intent from the Qingqing sect. A man with the title of 1,000-foot lord shouldn't have such a low status in the Five Poisons sect, should he? Her observation skills were terrifying. She was practically peeling back my skin to see my secrets. I cursed inwardly but kept my face a mask of calm. A title is just a shackle used by the Five Poisons sect to control its puppets, I said. I was originally a disciple of Qingqing. I discovered that some scum in my sect were colluding with the Five Poisons sect, and for that, I was framed. They threw me into a pit of 10,000 poisons and forced me into this half-human, half-ghost form. As for the sword intent, it's just a final shred of obsession I refuse to let go of while I crawl through this miserable life. I polished my story, painting myself as a tragic victim persecuted by both the righteous and evil paths. The woman listened silently, her face expressionless. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She turned her attention back to the cold desolation sword puppet. This puppet is no ordinary object. The core refinement method contains the secrets of my Ice Palace's cold ice formula and the puppet heart seal. This final cold desolation form is a forbidden realm that only princesses of our lineage should be able to master. How did the Five Poisons sect obtain these secrets? This question hit the bullseye. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I couldn't exactly tell her that I used the Ghost Water Sutra to force a fusion with my sister's cold poison. That would be a confession. I gritted my teeth, my mind racing. This puppet was originally a wicked thing created by the Five Poisons sect using countless souls and fragments of Ice Soul Jade. It was called the Twin Soul. I used my own poisonous blood and a few minor ice techniques passed down in my family to forcibly refine it. I wanted to turn it away from the evil path, but I accidentally triggered this form. I don't fully understand why it happened. Perhaps it resonated with the cold poison inside my sister. I skillfully shifted the blame to coincidence and bloodline resonance, while making sure to mention the stolen Ice Soul Jade again. I wanted to trigger her protective instincts for her sex property. Ice Soul Jade. At those words, the woman's eyes finally changed. A flash of cold, killing intent flickered across her face. A phoenix-shaped jade pendant hanging from her waist began to hum softly. The Five Poisons sect really did lay their hands on the Ice Soul Jade, she whispered. The temperature around us dropped even further. The Ice Soul Jade is the core fragment of the Ice Palace's greatest treasure. It was stolen 300 years ago, causing a gap in our heritage. Many of our secret techniques became impossible to perform. This has been our greatest secret and our deepest shame. To think it fell into the hands of Southern poison users to create such filth. She seemed to believe part of my story. Or rather, the lead on the Ice Soul Jade was simply too important for her to ignore. Do you have proof for what you say? She locked her eyes on me again. Proof. I knew I had made the right gamble. My sister and I stumbled upon a northern outpost of the Qingqing sect during our escape, I said quickly. We found them working with 5 poisons traders. They built 9 massive bronze furnaces and were using the energy of the Ice Soul Jade to mass-produce corrosive poison puppets. Their leader is an elder named Tai Songzi who went missing years ago. He's been turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed monster. If we hadn't risked our lives to destroy one of those furnaces, their army would already be complete. I exaggerated the details, making the threat of the 5 Poisons and Qingqing alliance seem like an apocalypse. Northern outpost. Corrosive puppets. Tai Songzi. The woman processed the information rapidly. The ice phoenix behind her let out a low cry, as if confirming something. Very well, she said after a moment. She nodded, her voice still cold, but now carrying a sense of resolve. The 5 Poisons sect stole our treasure to create evil and slaughter the innocent. They are beyond forgiveness. And if Qingqiang has harbored such filth, their house must be cleaned as well. She looked at Mo Li and me one last time. The two of you carry the Ice Palace curse, and you are deeply involved in this matter. The woman extended a slender, jade-like finger toward the mouth of the ice cave, pointing at the vast world beyond. I will give you a choice, she said. Lead me to the 5 Poisons sect's headquarters. Help me recover the Ice Soul Sutra and wipe out those heretics. If we succeed, I will personally lift the blood curse from your sister. Depending on your performance, I might even consider accepting you into our ranks. She paused, her gaze shifting to Mo Li. Or, she can simply return to the Ice Palace with me. The offer was a heavy one. Lifting the curse and returning to the palace was exactly what Mo Li needed. The cold poison in her body was the source of all her agony, and I could feel a faint, instinctive pull in her blood toward the mysterious northern ice palace. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before my eyes. A hidden quest had triggered the Ice Palace Alliance. The primary goal was to assist the Ice Palace Saintess, Shui Yuan, in destroying the 5 Poisons sect and reclaiming the stolen sutra fragments. The basic reward was the removal of Mo Li's curse and a massive boost in reputation with the Ice Palace. If I contributed enough, I could even earn secret techniques, their protection, or Mo Li's official reinstatement. I scanned the potential paths. Option 1 was to cooperate with Shui Yuan. The success rate was only 40%. The 5 Poisons sect was a hornet's nest, and Zichao's true strength remained a mystery. Shui Yuan was powerful, but she was alone. If we failed, we'd be hunted by both the sect and the palace. Option 2 was to refuse. The success rate was a pathetic 10%. We'd be hunted by 3 different factions at once. That was a death sentence. Option 3 was to convince Shui Yuan to prioritize the Northern Sea, to take down Zichao first. Success rate, 25%. The environment there was lethal, and Shui Yuan might not want to change her plans. Option 4 was to manipulate her. I'd try to steal the cure or palace resources while pretending to help. The risk was astronomical. If she caught me, I was dead. The screen flickered with these grim statistics. Every path was covered in thorns. Cooperation seemed like the only real choice, but 40% wasn't enough to gamble Mo Li's life on. The 5 Poisons sect had years to prepare their defenses, and Zichao was still lurking in the shadows. Brother, Mo Li's voice trembled. She tugged at my sleeve, her eyes filled with a desperate hope. She wanted to be free from the pain. She wanted to go home. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm. I looked at her pale face, then at the cold, goddess-like woman standing before us. I had to pick the path with the highest chance of survival that still achieved my goals. I needed that curse gone, and I needed Zichao dead. Saintess, I said, my voice steady despite my exhaustion. The Five Poisons headquarters is a target, yes. But you should know that they aren't working alone. A terrifying shadow is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The Qingqing traitor, Zichao. I decided to pivot the target toward Zichao, but I didn't want to run headfirst into a trap at the CI. He didn't just steal the Ice Soul Sutra, I continued. He's laid hands on the lost Ghost Water Sutra. He's trying to fuse poison and poetry to create an immortal poison god body. The Five Poisons sect and their puppet army are just tools for his ritual. My sources tell me his true body is hiding deep within the blood altar at the Northern CI. I watched her reaction closely. Attacking the headquarters now would only alert him. It's better to cut off his wings first or find a way to counter his arts. We can use the sect as bait or a breakthrough point to find his weakness. I was trying to take the lead in this partnership, shifting the focus to my own revenge while making it serve her goals. Shui Yuan remained silent. Her ice blue eyes showed no emotion, but the vermilion mark on her forehead flickered slightly. The Northern CI, the blood altar, she repeated. Her voice carried a strange weight, as if those names meant something significant to the Ice Palace. After a long silence, she spoke again. Your logic holds weight. If Zichao is as dangerous as you claim, he is a greater threat than the sect itself. Her eyes sharpened, pinning me to the spot. But how do I know you aren't leading me into a trap? This was the moment of truth. I had to prove my worth. I looked at Mo Li, then at the cold sword in my hand. A bold plan began to take shape. If you doubt me, I will swear a heart demon blood oath, I said firmly. Furthermore, I have something that might prove my sincerity and help you find the sutra. I reached into my robe and carefully pulled out a jagged, broken piece of ancient bronze. It was the fragment of the bronze sword that held the Ghost Water Sutra. It was one of the foundations of my power, but showing it to her was the only way to gain her trust. Shui Yuan's gaze fell on the fragment. She felt the ancient, dark energy radiating from the metal, a cold, deathly power that seemed to swallow the light in the cave. Her pupils contracted. The atmosphere grew heavy. I held the fragment in my palm, the Taotai patterns and twisted script on the bronze shimmering in the dim light. I was showing my hand, betting everything on this alliance. Shui Yuan didn't move. She just stared at the shard, her icy composure finally showing a crack of genuine surprise. Her eyes were like two shards of ice, focusing intently on the broken bronze fragment in my hand. For the first time, I saw the shape of the shard reflected clearly in the depths of her icy blue pupils. Shui Yuan didn't reach out to touch it. She kept her distance, her posture rigid with a high level of suspicion. Between her eyebrows, the small vermilion mark flickered. It pulsed in a strange rhythm, perfectly echoing the abnormal movements of the totem in Mo Li's left eye. The remnant scroll of the Nine Underworld's soul-suppressing manual, Shui Yuan whispered. Her voice was deeper now, heavy with a weight of disbelief. No, that's not right. The aura is older, more sinister. She looked at me, her expression grim. These are scripts that touch upon the secrets of Guishu. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had always believed this was just the Ghost Water Sutra, a dark, feminine cultivation technique. I never imagined that in the mouth of the Ice Palace Saintess, it would be linked to such ancient and forbidden terms. Nine Underworlds, Guishu. These were names from the oldest legends, places of the dead and the void. The origins of this shard and the secrets it held were far beyond my imagination. I realized then that Zichao didn't just want it to refine a poison god body. His endgame was much bigger. Where did you get this? Shui Yuan's gaze snapped from the bronze to my face. It was sharp as a blade. She clearly recognized its worth. Perhaps she knew even more than I did. I forced myself to stay calm. I couldn't let my internal shock show. I found it at the bottom of the Medicine Man pit on Mount Qingcheng. I said, weaving a plausible lie. A dying companion gave it to me. He had a blood feud with Zi Chao and entrusted me with this, hoping I could one day expose the old man's schemes and find a way to stop him. I tied everything back to Zi Chao. It was the only way to keep her focused on our common enemy. Shui Yuan stared at me for a long time, searching for a crack in my story. She didn't press for details. Instead, she slowly extended her right hand. Her fingers were as white as jade, tipped with a faint, swirling frost. She stopped 3 inches from the shard. The frost from her fingertips condensed into an ice mirror, thin as a cicada's wing. As the mirror hovered over the bronze, ripples moved across its surface, reflecting the twisted, bone-like script. Suddenly, the characters on the shard seemed to come alive. They writhed and shifted on the mirror's surface, fighting back against her scrutiny. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the ice mirror. It couldn't withstand the ancient, malevolent power radiating from the bronze. As I thought, she said, pulling her hand back. The ice mirror shattered into dust. It's protected by powerful seals and a backlash curse. She looked at me again. You showed me this to prove your sincerity? Yes, I nodded. This item is vital. It's what Zi Chao wants most. I'm offering it as proof of our alliance. We go to the 5 poison caves together, track down the Ice Soul Sutra, and stop Zi Chao. I believe this shard holds the key to the Northern Sea as well. I didn't offer to give it to her. I only offered it as a lead. Shui Yuan's cold eyes flickered with calculation. She knew I wouldn't just hand it over, but showing it was a massive gamble that proved my resolve. To her, this shard was a golden opportunity to understand Zi Chao and perhaps solve some of the Ice Palace's own ancient mysteries. Fine, she decided. Her voice was crisp. I accept. We will head to the 5 poison caves first to scout their strength and find the sutra. We will dismantle Zi Chao's operations there as we go. She paused, her gaze turning complex. As for the Northern Sea, I will go when the time is right. But until then, you follow my lead. Understood. Understood, I replied. It was a fair price. This shard, she looked at the bronze one last time, might be useful in your hands. But its energy is too unstable. I'm going to place an Ice Palace Cold Breath seal on it. It will act as a tracker and a suppression charm. If you try anything, or if the shard goes out of control, I'll know instantly. Before I could react, she flicked her finger. A crystal-clear seal, shaped like a one-horned rhino, shot into the bronze shard. The Taotai patterns on the metal flared up in defiance, but the pure ice energy crushed the resistance. The seal burned itself into the back of the shard, glowing with a faint light. I felt a cold, locking sensation emanate from the bronze. I didn't stop her. This was the cost of her trust. At least the shard was still mine. Now, for your sister, Shui Yuan said, turning to the frail Mo Li. The mysterious dark blood curse involves Ice Palace secrets. It's no small matter. During our mission, I will use our secret techniques to temporarily suppress the backlash and find its root. But you must cooperate. No secrets, especially about that totem in your eye or your bloodline. Her tone left no room for argument. Emoli looked at me, and when I gave her a small nod, she lowered her head. I understand. I will follow your orders, Saintess, Emoli whispered. I could see the mix of awe and a strange sense of closeness she felt toward Shui Yuan. The promise of suppressing the curse had given her a spark of hope. Good, Shui Yuan said. The foundation of our alliance was set. She looked at my mangled body, my broken left leg, and the charred stump of my right arm, where the centipede limb had been torn away. Both of you are heavily injured. We can't move yet. We rest here for 1 hour. I'll stabilize her first. Shui Yuan walked to Mo Li and pressed a finger to her forehead. This time, the energy wasn't cold. It was a soft, pale gray light, like moonlight. It felt soothing, almost purifying. As the light entered Mo Li, her entire body relaxed. The agitation in her left eye faded, and the deathly paleness from the cold poison receded. The fog in her eyes cleared, replaced by a rare moment of lucidity. This is the Ice Heart Charm, Shui Yuan explained. It will slow the curse's erosion of your mind. But it's a temporary fix. The root of the curse is tied to a seal deep within your bloodline. Forcing it open is extremely dangerous. Her words confirmed my fears. Emily carried an ancient seal, one tied directly to the Ice Palace's sacred blood. While they spoke, I sat back and began circulating the Ghostwater Sutra. I pulled in what little energy remained in the cave, trying to recover my poison essence. At the stump of my right arm, the remaining tissue from the 1,000-foot king began to squirm, trying to regrow. It was slow, painful work, but we were alive. For now, the hunt was on pause. The healing process was grueling. I could feel the resistance within my own body. Merging with the power of an ancient king brought incredible strength, but the backlash was just as severe. My injuries weren't healing like normal wounds. As for my missing left leg, I knew the truth. It was gone. Unless I found a high-level master's secret technique or some legendary heavenly treasure, I would never walk on 2 feet again. I sat there, regulating my breathing and thinking about what Shui Yuan had said. A seal. My mother had driven an ice needle into Mo Li's forehead years ago. Was that to reinforce this hidden seal? And the profound blood curse. Did the 5 Poisons sect or Zi Chao plant it specifically to break or exploit that power? I felt like I was being pulled into a massive whirlpool, connected to the Ice Palace, the Northern Sea, and secrets far older than I could imagine. An hour passed quickly. Thanks to Shui Yuan's ice heart charm, Emily looked much better. She was still weak, but she could move on her own. The totem in her left I had stabilized. I had also recovered some of my poison essence, using my internal energy to seal the flow of power from my severed arm. On Mo Li's command, the cold desolation sword turtle transformed into a streak of light and vanished into her sword casket. It left behind a plain-looking ice sword as a disguise. This was my suggestion. The turtle's true form was too flashy. It would draw eyes we couldn't afford to have on us. We had to keep our trump cards hidden until the final moment. Time to go, Shui Yuan said. Her words were sharp and brief. She turned toward the cave entrance where a massive ice phoenix was waiting. The creature lowered its noble head, signaling for us to board. I helped Emily up, and we stepped onto its broad, frozen back. A pure chill radiated from its feathers, but strangely, it didn't sting. It felt smooth and warm in a way that only high-level spiritual jade feels. Shui Yuan stepped on last, standing at the very front. With a soft cry, the phoenix snapped its wings. We shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds and heading south at a terrifying speed. The mountains below shrank into tiny bumps. A barrier of invisible energy shielded us from the biting winds of the high altitude. This bird was faster than any flying treasure or beast I had ever seen. Every flap of its wings covered miles. The atmosphere during the flight was heavy. Shui Yuan stood like an ice sculpture, staring into the distance without a word. I spent the time meditating, keeping a sharp eye on our surroundings and our ally. Emily was restless. She kept glancing at me, then nervously peeking at Shui Yuan's back. I knew she felt that strange, bloodline connection to the woman, and it terrified her. Brother, she whispered, leaning in close. Are we really going to the 5 Poisons sect? Is it dangerous? Don't be afraid, I said, squeezing her hand to give her strength. I'm here. We have to go. They have the information we need, and maybe something to suppress your cold poison for good. As for danger, when has our path ever been safe? With me and the Holy Maiden here, we have a chance. She nodded, though she didn't fully understand, and huddled against me for warmth. After half a day, the landscape changed. The snow-capped peaks vanished, replaced by an endless, deep green sea of ancient jungle. The air became thick, humid, and heavy with the smell of rotting vegetation and a strange, sickly sweet aroma. Even from this height, I could feel the oppressive, lethal vibe of the forest below. We're close, Shui Yuan announced, breaking the silence. The outer reaches of the 100,000 mountains. The 5 Poisons sect rules the depths of this range. The miasma and toxic insects here are legendary. They've laid countless hidden arrays. Do not be careless. The ice phoenix began to descend, circling over the canopy. Shui Yuan held out her hand, and a crystal-clear ice mirror appeared in her palm. She chanted a low spell, and a soft blue light shot from the mirror, scanning the jungle. The mirror's surface flickered with blurry images, cutting through the thick trees and fog. I saw massive venomous beasts prowling below and crude sentry posts made of giant timber and vines. Swirling, multicolored clouds of poison surrounded these posts, the sect's outer perimeter. Suddenly, the mirror's image jerked violently and went dark. Humph, Shui Yuan frowned. Anti-detection wards. High level too. It seems they've tightened security recently. She put the mirror away and pointed toward a valley shrouded in thick, purple miasma. My internal compass and the fragments of the ice soul jade both vibrated. That was the place. It was likely a major hub for refining poison or storing resources. The energy fluctuations coming from it were chaotic and terrifying. My compound eyes couldn't see through the fog, but I could sense millions of tiny, needle-like insects swimming in the air, forming a living, lethal net. How do you want to play this, holy maiden? I asked. Charging in is suicide. The Five Poisons sect is master of traps, she mused. We need a breakthrough point. A way to slip in quietly, find the clues about Zi Chao, and get out. She turned her gaze to me. You were raised in the Qingqing sect, but you've dealt with these people before. You know how they think. What's your move? She was testing me. I looked down at that valley, my mind racing. The Five Poisons sect was strict and paranoid, but they had weaknesses. They were divided into internal factions, and they relied far too heavily on their specialized toxins. Their hierarchy is their flaw, I said slowly. The outer posts are manned by low-level disciples and cannon fodder poison slaves. They follow orders perfectly, but they can't adapt. If we try to sneak past, we'll eventually trip a wire. But if we create a distraction, we can draw their eyes away from the weak points. A distraction? Shui Yuan asked. What kind? I let a cold, ruthless smile spread across my face. My eyes flashed with the predatory hunger of the 1,000-foot king. The Five Poisons sect lives by the blade of toxicity, I whispered. They worship strange poisons, but they also fear what they can't control. What if a toxin appeared in that valley that even they didn't have an antidote for? What if a super plague appeared? Something so ancient and alien it threatened the very foundation of their sect? My gaze fell to my right arm. The stump was still twitching, a grotesque mess of meat and bone. Then, I looked at the half-piece of the bronze cocoon resting in my lap. It radiated a foul, malevolent energy. A plan was forming in my mind. A plan to fight poison with poison, or rather, to use an even more evil power to muddy the waters. A super plague? Shui Yuan repeated. She didn't agree immediately, but she didn't say no either. Her cold eyes searched mine. Are you sure you can create something the Five Poisons sect can't control? She asked. They have thousands of years of heritage. Their sect leader is a mystery, known as the King of Eternity. Ordinary toxins won't even make them blink. Ordinary ones won't, I admitted. My voice was steady, fueled by a dark confidence in the power I carried. But the plague I'm talking about doesn't come from any common venom. It's a deeper level of corruption. A mutation. I lifted my mangled arm. Inside that stump, the residual flesh of the 1,000-foot king was still writhing. It was trying to regenerate, but it couldn't. The healing process was stuck. My body was a battlefield where the king's power, the ghost water crystal's energy, Zi Chao's toxic flames, and the lingering frost from the ice soul jade were all clashing. This internal war made my recovery nearly impossible. But it had also birthed something new. Something unstable. Look, I whispered. I focused my mind, forcing the remaining power of the 1,000-foot king to merge with the chilling energy of the ghost water crystal. The flesh at my stump began to churn violently. My skin rippled with black, centipede-like patterns. A thick, dark green vapor, almost black, began to seep from the wound. It smelled of ancient rot. The air around us seemed to freeze. Even the high-altitude winds died down. The ice phoenix let out an uneasy cry, and the frost around Shui Yuan thickened as her body instinctively tried to repel the corruption. This is the remnant power of the 1,000-foot king, I explained, struggling to keep the toxin contained. Mixed with my ghost water crystal and the other energies I've absorbed, it's mutated. It has the king's piercing lethality, the crystal's soul-corroding and a third quality I can't even name. It's a soul polluter. I looked at her, my face pale from the effort. I can't even fully control it myself. To normal living things, it's instant death. But to poison cultivators, it's worse. It's contagious. It infects other toxins, twisting them into something uncontrollable and violent. I didn't need to finish the thought. If I dropped this source of plague into their outposts, especially the pits where they bred low-level insects or dumped toxic waste, it would be like throwing a lit match into a powder keg. The chain reaction would be something even they couldn't predict. Shui Yuan stared at the swirling green mist at the end of my arm. For the first time, I saw genuine gravity in her expression. She knew this wasn't just poison. It was a rule breaker. It was chaos in liquid form. It's dangerous, she said, nodding slowly. But how do you plan to deliver it? We need it to hit the target, not spread back to us. I have a way, I said. I pulled out the bronze cocoon fragment again. I gripped it tightly, hiding most of it in my palm, and channeled my remaining malice points into the metal. The bronze hummed. The gluttonous Taotai carvings on the surface seemed to wake up, greedily drinking my energy. A deep, heavy coldness radiated from the shard. The ghost water crystal was a treasure trove of forbidden knowledge. It didn't just have techniques for controlling corpses. It held ancient, evil methods for creating plagues and curses. I found what I needed, a technique called the Corpse Warmth Ruin Talisman. It was a delivery system. It could seal a specific toxin or plague source inside a seal, allowing me to set a trigger and a blast radius. I gritted my teeth as the cocoon drained my strength. Several twisted, ancient characters began to glow with a sickly green light on the bronze surface. They pulsed in sync with the rod on my arm. Come on, I hissed. I forced the mutated toxin from my stump toward the glowing characters. There was a sizzling sound, like boiling water hitting ice. The green mist was sucked into the runes. The light grew brighter, more sinister. My face went white. I felt like I was about to collapse. Emoli reached out, her small hands trembling as she supported me. Shui Yuan just watched, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and growing wariness. I was a bag of tricks she hadn't expected. Finally, when 70% of the toxin had been absorbed, I cut the flow. The glowing runes detached from the bronze cocoon, swirling together in the air. They condensed into a palm-sized talisman that looked like a distorted, screaming ghost face. It hung there, radiating a bone-deep chill and a stench of death. A notification flashed in my mind. Successfully refined special item. Mutated Corpse Warmth Ruin Talisman. Effect, upon detonation, spreads a high-potency, mutated bone-corroding poison within a 5-mile radius. Rapidly corrodes all biological matter. I had my weapon. Now, it was time to start the fire. The notification flashed in my vision, detailing the true horror of what I had created. This wasn't just a bomb. It caused paralysis and a high chance of triggering malignant mutations in any nearby insects or venomous creatures. It would create an uncontrollable plague. I could set a delay for up to 24 hours and designate a target zone within a half-mile margin of error. A warning followed. The mutated toxins were extremely unstable. I risked a backfire just by holding it. The cost was staggering: 1,200 points of malice, 15% of my health, and a massive drain on my mental energy. I let out a long, shaky breath. The price was steep, but I had succeeded. This talisman was our key to tearing the 5 poisoned sects' stronghold apart from the inside. Saintus, I said, my voice rasping. I held the ominous, glowing talisman in my palm and extended it toward Shui Yuan. This can be set to detonate within 12 hours. I need you to use your magic to drop it precisely on the outskirts of that purple valley. I pointed toward the horizon. Aim for the waste slope, the place where they dump their failed experiments and dead spirit bugs. Once this goes off, the chaos will be absolute. Shui Yuan stared at the ghost-faced talisman. She could feel the terrifying power vibrating inside it. She nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. A vicious tool for a vicious plan, she remarked. It should give them more than enough trouble. She raised a finger, and a bird made of crystalline ice condensed at her fingertip. The ice bird leaned down, took the talisman in its beak, and took flight. With a single flap of its wings, it shot forward like a silent arrow, diving into the thick purple miasma below. With Shui Yuan's mastery over ice, the bird was nearly invisible to their perimeter wards. I set the timer for 6 hours. I wanted it to blow at the downwind entrance, right near an area where the energy fluctuations were most erratic, their waste processing site. The moment the bird vanished, my strength gave out. I collapsed onto the back of the ice phoenix, my face as white as a sheet. I gasped for air, my lungs burning. Emily rushed to my side, her eyes brimming with tears as she forced several blood-replenishing pills into my mouth. Shui Yuan glanced back at me, her voice cool. You've pushed yourself too far. Meditate. We need to find a place to hide and wait for the fuse to burn. The ice phoenix circled the sky for a moment before veering away from the valley. It brought us to a secluded mountain forest and landed behind a roaring waterfall. Inside the cave, it was damp and dark, but the phoenix's cold aura kept the outside rot and insects away. Shui Yuan placed an ice mirror seal at the entrance to hide our presence while allowing us to watch the world outside. I immediately sat cross-legged and began to recover. Emily stood guard beside me, her small face grim as she circulated her own cultivation to suppress the cold poison and the restless snow phoenix totem inside her. Time crawled by in that heavy silence. For a cultivator, 6 hours is nothing more than a blink. When the moment finally arrived, the valley miles away shuddered. Without warning, a geyser of dark green mist erupted from the waste slope. It smelled of wet rot and sulfur, exploding upward like a volcanic vent. The mist spread with unnatural speed. Everywhere it touched, grass withered and turned to black sludge. Rocks hissed as the acid ate into them. A suffocating stench filled the air. But the real horror was the wildlife. The snakes, scorpions, and spiders living near the waste pile didn't die. They screamed. Their bodies twisted and mutated right before our eyes. Snakes sprouted centipede-like legs, becoming faster and more aggressive. Scorpions saw their stingers swell into massive, glowing green scythes. Spiders bloated to the size of hounds, their 8 eyes turning a jagged crimson as they spat corrosive silk. These monsters became rabid, driven by a bloodlust that forced them to tear apart anything that moved. They even turned on each other, their gore further spreading the mutation. A super plague had been born in the heart of the sect's dump. Alarms blared within the valley. Panicked shouts echoed through the trees. What's happening at the waste slope? Is it corpse poison? No, it's worse. The failures are waking up. Form a formation. Use the soul-suppressing boxes. Help me. My life-bond insect is out of control. It's eating me. Panic spread like a wildfire. The disciples tried their usual tricks, sealing boxes, defensive arrays, and commanding their own poisonous pets to suppress the outbreak. It was useless. The mutated plague was something they had never seen. Their arrays flickered and died under the green mist. Their own spirit bugs, once exposed, either died instantly or mutated and turned to feast on their masters. The stronghold was becoming a living hell. Inside the cave, Shui Yuan watched the carnage through the ice mirror. Even her icy gaze flickered with a hint of shock at the sheer scale of the devastation. I stopped my meditation and stood up. My secondary eyes reflected the green glow of the dying valley, and a cruel smile touched my lips. The plan worked, I whispered. And this is only the beginning. The high-level elders will be forced to move now. Their perimeter will be full of holes. I looked at Shui Yuan. Saintess, it's time to move in. She nodded, her eyes fixed on the depths of the valley where more powerful auras were beginning to stir. Let's go. She rose and walked toward the cave entrance. The stage was set. It was time to fish in troubled waters. Shui Yuan's voice remained cold, but her actions were decisive. With a sharp flick of her wrist, a wave of pure frost spread through the air. This wasn't the bone-chilling freeze she usually used, but a soft, deceptive mist of phantom ice. The fog quickly enveloped the three of us. It didn't just mask our body heat and scent to match the surroundings. It warped the light itself. Our silhouettes blurred and faded until we were like ghosts melting into the air. She tapped the ground with her toes and drifted upward like a weightless feather, gliding silently toward the valley. Mo Lee and I followed immediately. I was in bad shape, having lost an arm and a leg, but I wasn't out of the fight yet. I pushed the remaining power of the 1,000-footed king through my body, using a movement technique from the 5 Poisons manual. Tiny, Centipede-like bone spurs sprouted from my stump, acting as makeshift limbs to propel me forward. My speed was surprisingly decent. I circulated the ice-hard art, fighting to suppress the cold poison in my veins and the strange twitching in my left eye. Using Shui Yuan's frost mist as a shield, we moved like three specters through the chaos. We slipped past several sentries and hidden lookouts, sticking to a narrow, neglected path Shui Yuan had spotted earlier through her ice mirror. Finally, we breached the inner perimeter of the valley, a place choked by a thick, suffocating purple miasma. The moment we entered that purple haze, the pressure hit us like a physical weight. It wasn't just a deadly toxin. It carried a psychic interference that made my head swim. The air smelled cloyingly sweet, a sickening scent that made my lungs feel like they were being crawled over by 1,000 tiny insects. Hold your breath. Focus your minds. Shui Yuan's voice echoed in our heads via soul transmission. This is the soul ensnaring barrier, a specialty of the Five Poisons sect. It rots the flesh and erodes the soul. It triggers inner demons. Do not use your internal energy unless absolutely necessary, or you'll wake up the things sleeping deep within this mist. Mo Li and I did as we were told, sealing our pores and calming our breathing. My poison-slaying body gave me some resistance to the toxins, but the mental assault was harder to shake. I gritted my teeth, forcing my will to stay steady. Mo Li fared a bit better thanks to the cooling effect of her ice-hard art, though her body seemed to react strangely to the purple mist, a subtle pull and push that clearly made her uncomfortable. Shui Yuan, however, was in her element. Her phantom ice mist seemed to naturally counter the purple haze, freezing and purifying the miasma before it could touch her. She walked through the valley as if she were strolling through her own garden, her icy eyes scanning every inch of the terrain. Visibility was terrible. We couldn't see more than 30 feet in any direction. The trees were a sickly, bruised purple-black, draped in bizarre fungi and parasitic vines that twitched as we passed. The ground was a carpet of rotting leaves that felt soft and spongy underfoot. Every few steps, a brightly colored venomous insect would scuttle by, or a plant root would slither like a snake. The air was a cocktail of sweet rot, medicinal herbs, and the metallic tang of blood. The sounds of the riot were getting louder. I could feel the shock waves of high-level cultivators clashing in the distance. The plague I'd unleashed had turned this stronghold into a madhouse. According to my scouting, this place has 3 purposes, Shui Yuan whispered into my mind as we moved. Breeding low-level venomous insects, refining basic poisons, and disposing of failures. Our goal is to find clues about the Ice Soul Manual and Zichao's movements. You know how the sect works. Where would they hide the real secrets? My secondary eyes flickered, filtering the chaotic information around us. I thought back to everything I'd learned during my time in the sect and the records in the Ghostwater Manual. The Five Poisons sect is obsessed with hierarchy, I replied. Low-level breeding pits are guarded but worthless. The basic refining workshops might have formulas, but nothing as rare as the Ice Soul Jade. The real prize will be in the high-security storage or the disposal areas. I paused, my tone darkening. In this sect, failure is constant. Whether they're refining bugs or medicine, they produce mountains of waste and failed experiments. Those failures often hold the most secrets. Plus, the disposal grounds are usually seen as dirty work. The defense there might be thinner now that the main camp is under attack. The disposal grounds, Shui Yuan repeated, a spark of understanding in her eyes. You mean the corpse pits or soul planting fields? Exactly, I nodded. We call them the black blood pools or the forest of mourning bones. A place this size should have a massive black blood pool to dump failed insects, toxic residue, and discarded disciples. When I mentioned discarded disciples, Mo Li's body gave a tiny, involuntary shiver. I knew she was thinking about her time as a human cauldron. The pool will be in the lowest part of the valley to collect the runoff, I continued. It'll be heavily warded to keep the stench and resentment from spreading, but with the current chaos, the masters in charge of the sludge have likely been called away to fight the outbreak. The energy there is so messy it'll actually help us hide our own auras. If Zichao did any secret experiments with the Ice Soul Jade, the residue will be in that pool. Shui Yuan didn't hesitate. Fine. Lead the way to the black blood pool. Avoid the patrols. Understood, I said. I closed my eyes and pushed the sensory power of the thousand-footed king to its limit. Even without its full body, the remnant insect king was incredibly sensitive to the flow of toxins and energy. A moment later, I opened my eyes and pointed toward a dark, heavily misted area to our front left. That way, I whispered. The Een energy and the scent of blood are strongest there. The energy flow is stable, which means the pool's containment is still holding. We just have to cross the herb gardens and the abandoned alchemy rooms to get there. With me leading the way, we pressed deeper into the purple fog, sticking to the thickest thickets of vines to stay out of sight. I led them through hidden paths, weaving between jagged rocks and staying far away from the main roads. I kept my senses sharp, dodging any area where I felt a ripple of energy. As we moved, we passed through the sect's private herb gardens. It was a nightmare of botany. Strange flowers and twisted herbs glowed with sickly colors, exhaling thick perfumes and toxic fumes. Nearby, I saw half-collapsed alchemy rooms. Shattered cauldrons and broken jars littered the floors, the air still heavy with the acrid stench of burnt pills. The deeper we went, the worse it got. The smell of blood and rot became a physical weight. The purple fog grew so thick it condensed into oily droplets, dripping from twisted tree branches like black tears. The ground turned into a treacherous mire. Every step I took felt like sinking into a swamp. Occasionally, I'd see the flash of white bone half buried in the sludge. We were almost at our destination when the sound of a violent struggle broke the silence. Angry shouting echoed through the trees. Useless. You can't even stop a few mutated blood-vein insects? What good are you? Elder, have mercy. This ancient energy is too strange. Our insect-controlling arts aren't working. A bunch of waste. Get out of my way. Let me handle this. A massive surge of blood-red energy exploded ahead, followed by a chorus of high-pitched, screeching insects. It sounded like a Wu-Du sect elder was personally trying to suppress the swarm. We froze. I signaled for us to drop behind a massive, moss-covered rock. Peering through a gap in the stone, I saw an open clearing. A withered old man in blood-red robes hovered in the air. His hands were locked in a seal, controlling a cloud of blood-colored mosquitoes that swirled like a dark storm. They were fighting a swarm of mutated insects the size of hunting dogs, their mandibles snapping with feral hunger. The old man was powerful, at least at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. His blood mosquitoes were lethal, draining the mutated beasts of their fluids in seconds. But the monsters didn't care about death. They breathed out a dark green mist that acted like acid on the mosquitoes. I watched as the insects touched the mist, twitched, and then began to mutate themselves, turning back to attack their master. The elder's face twisted in rage. He poured more spiritual power into his swarm while screaming at his trembling disciples. That's Elder Ku Mu from the Blood Sand Hall, I whispered to Shui Yuan. He specializes in blood mosquitoes. He's violent and ruthless. It looks like the mutation has already spread this far. Shui Yuan didn't look at the elder. His eyes were fixed on something further back. Behind the clearing, the ground dropped away into a massive, crater-like depression. It was a basin of thick, bubbling black liquid that hissed with steam. The stench was sickening, a mix of decay and pure, concentrated resentment. Severed insect parts, broken bones, and unidentifiable sludge floated on the surface. Around the edges of the pool, crooked wooden stakes were driven into the mud, some still draped with dried human skins or rotting limbs. This was it. The black blood pool. In the very center of the pool sat a small altar made of black stone. Hovering just above it was a tiny spark of light, a faint, incredibly pure ice blue glow. It flickered like a candle in a hurricane, completely out of place in this filth. The ice soul jade, Shui Yuan's eyes turned sharp. It was weak, but he knew that aura anywhere. It looked like the sect was using the jade's purity to suppress or neutralize something hidden deep within the pool. Suddenly, the fight ahead took a turn. Despite the elder's power, the mutated insects were too unpredictable. A giant mantis, shimmering with a dark green haze, bypassed the mosquitoes and lunged. Ku Mu tried to block with a shield of bloodlight, but the mantis's serrated blade sliced right through his arm. Arg! Damn it! Kumu screamed. The wound turned green instantly. I watched his arm swell and rot before my eyes. The pain must have been agonizing, and I could tell his internal energy was seizing up. He realized he was poisoned. Without a second thought for his disciples, he turned into a streak of red light and fled toward the inner valley. Elder, don't leave us, the disciples wailed. The mutated insects, having lost their main target, turned their glowing eyes toward the abandoned students. Panic set in, and the disciples scattered in every direction. Now's our chance, I said, my eyes flashing. Shui Yuan nodded. While the chaos was at its peak, we moved like three ghosts. We bypassed the remaining insects and slipped toward the edge of the pit. Our target was that black altar. As we reached the rim, the stench of the black blood pool became almost unbearable. It was a cocktail of iron, rot, and something sour that burned the back of my throat. The black liquid bubbled like boiling tar, and every time a bubble popped, a faint, ghostly wail echoed in the air. This place was the concentrated essence of every evil thing the Wu-Du sect had ever done. Even with my poison cultivation, I felt a wave of nausea. My internal energy struggled to process the sheer amount of filth in the air. Emily was struggling even more. The cold curse in her body was reacting violently to the surrounding filth. Her face was deathly pale, and the blood-yellow totem over her eye was pulsing rapidly. Only Shui Yuan remained calm. His icy mist thickened around him, forming a shield that pushed the miasma away. He stared at the blue light in the center of the pool. The resentment and toxic energy here have created a natural field, Shui Yuan's voice echoed in my mind. It's suppressing my power. The Wu-Du sect was smart to hide the fragment here. I realized this place wasn't just for suppression. The Wu-Du sect was likely using the filth here for some kind of evil transformation. Emily's condition was worsening, and I knew why. The ice soul crystal was a thing of pure cold, completely out of place in this rot. I suspected Zi Chao was using the crystal's pure energy to neutralize the extreme negative forces of the altar. He was either using it for his own cultivation or to forge something even more terrifying. With Elder Kumu gone and the guards scattered, this was our best shot. We have to move, I whispered, keeping my voice low. But be careful. Places like this hide the worst dangers. There might be something at the bottom of the pit, or a deadly trap on the altar itself. I'll lead the way, Shui Yuan said without hesitation. His hands moved in a blur of seals. Cold air gathered at his fingertips, forming translucent ice talismans. They weren't weapons. They pulsed with a soft, penetrating cold energy. Ice path, he commanded. Dozens of talismans flew out like living things. They landed on the thick, black water and didn't sink. Instead, they released a massive burst of frost, freezing the boiling filth instantly. In seconds, a jagged bridge of ice stretched across the pool, winding toward the black altar in the center. It was smooth as a mirror, shielding us from the stench and the cries of the dead below. Go! Shui Yuan leaped onto the bridge, moving as light as a swallow. I took a deep breath, grabbed Emily, and followed. The ice beneath my boots was bone-chilling, but it was better than touching that water. The bridge shook under our weight, threatened by the churning power beneath. Shui Yuan was straining to keep it stable. As we got closer, the altar came into focus. It was a circular platform made of unknown black rock, about 30 feet wide. The surface was covered in pits and deep scratches, looking like it had survived centuries of torture. Twisted patterns of struggling souls and swarming insects were carved into the edges. In the center, the floor dipped into a shallow pit. It wasn't empty. It was filled with a thick, silvery liquid that glowed like moonlight. The faint blue light we'd seen earlier was coming from right inside that silver pool. Soul silver, I muttered, my pupils shrinking. It wasn't metal. It was a rare, spiritual substance formed from countless soul fragments over thousands of years. It held massive energy, but was filled with madness and chaotic memories. It was the key ingredient for high-level soul artifacts or dark rituals. The Wu-Du sect hadn't just built a waste dump here. They'd built a factory for harvesting souls. The ice soul crystal fragment sat right in the middle of the silver liquid. It was only the size of a fingernail, but its pure light was unmistakable. It was fighting to purify the silver, but the silver was slowly eroding it, trying to swallow it whole. They're using the crystal to refine soul silver, Shui Yuan said, his eyes turning cold with killing intent. Desecrating a treasure like this, they deserve to die. We were only a few yards away when the pool exploded. Water surged violently. Huge, black waves crashed against our ice bridge, hissing as they corroded the surface. 8 massive tentacles, thick as tree trunks and covered in suckers, erupted from the depths. They weren't made of flesh. They were solidified toxic energy and tangled spirits. The pressure they gave off was suffocating. A pool wraith, I shouted. Thousands of souls and years of poison had given birth to this monster. It had no fixed shape. It was a mass of pure negative energy. Physical attacks wouldn't do much, and the mental shock it projected could shatter a man's mind. If those tentacles touched us, the corrosion would be instant. The 8 tentacles whipped through the air, whistling as they slammed down toward us from all sides. Die, Shui Yuan growled. His left hand stayed focused on the bridge, but his natal ice sword finally unsheathed. A clear, sharp ring echoed through the cavern, cutting through the darkness like a blade of light. The sword was transparent, carved from eternal ice, radiating a chill that could sever filth itself. Ice crack, void slash. With a flick of his wrist, Shui Yuan swung. 8 streaks of ice blue sword chi flew out, precise and deadly. They collided with the black tentacles with a deafening screech. Clouds of white steam erupted as the pure cold met the rot. The tips of the tentacles froze instantly and shattered into black dust. But the monster's power was nearly infinite, fed by the entire pool. As soon as a tentacle broke, more energy surged up to regrow it, making it even more violent. Then came the mental wave. A sea of madness, resentment, and despair slammed into our minds. Emily gasped, her face twisting in pain. Her head felt like it was exploding. The blood-yellow totem over her eye flared with a blinding red light, threatening to break her control. I felt it too, a sharp pain in my sea of consciousness, like 1,000 ghosts screaming in my ears. I quickly activated my soul-steadying technique, pushing my poison energy to shield my mind. Shui Yuan was the only one unmoved. The red mark on his forehead glowed with a soft, clear light, forming a barrier that turned the mental nightmare into a mere whisper. He stood firm, the bridge holding steady under our feet as the monster roared below. Shui Yuan's face turned slightly pale. Even for him, that mental assault wasn't easy to shrug off. He didn't waste a second. "We need to finish this now," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "The commotion will bring the 5 poisons sect experts here soon." The ice sword in his hand erupted with a blinding light. His sword intent surged, piercing toward the ceiling. He wasn't holding back anymore. A terrifying chill exploded from his body, rippling outward like a tidal wave of frost. It swallowed the entire black blood pool in an instant. Cracks echoed through the cavern. The boiling water, the regenerating tentacles, and even the invisible mental waves were frozen solid. The vicious monster beneath the surface was trapped under a thick layer of ice, shimmering with blue runes. Time itself seemed to stop. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs. This was the true power of the Ice Palace, Saintus's disciple. With a single gesture, he had frozen an entire world. His strength felt like it surpassed the nascent soul stage, maybe even reaching the spirit-severing realm. No wonder he dared to hunt the ice soul crystal alone. "Move," Shui Yuan urged. We didn't wait for the ice to crack. We sprinted across the bridge and reached the black altar in seconds. Up close, the mental pollution from that pit of soul silver was unbearable. I saw countless twisted faces struggling and screaming within the liquid. In the center, the fragment of the ice soul crystal hovered, radiating a faint, stubborn light as it resisted the filth. Shui Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement. He reached out to grab it. But just as his fingers brushed the crystal, the world shifted. The altar shuddered violently. The twisted patterns etched into its edges flared with a blood-red light. Something much older and more evil was waking up beneath our feet. The pit of soul silver began to boil like a living thing. Dozens of pale, ghostly arms made of pure soul energy erupted from the liquid, clawing at us. They were translucent, but they carried a power that could tear a soul to shreds. Then, my chest began to burn. The bronze cocoon fragment I was carrying started vibrating like a trapped hornet. The Tao-Tai pattern carved into it glowed with a greedy, emerald light. It had sensed something. It wasn't just a vibration, it was a hunger. The crisis had just escalated. The altar shook harder, as if a beast buried for 1,000 years was finally breaking its chains. Those red patterns weren't just carvings anymore. They pulsed like veins filled with thick, poisonous resentment. A chaotic will, heavier than a mountain, crashed down on us, making it hard to breathe. The soul-eating hands lunged. They ignored our physical defenses, aiming straight for our spirits. "Watch out," I yelled. "Those are soul-eating hands. They're made of pure malice." I could see the truth through my specialized vision. Each hand was a cluster of tortured soul fragments, driven by a singular, hateful desire to consume the living. Shui Yuan reacted instantly. He aborted his move for the crystal and slammed a palm downward. This time, it wasn't cold. A white lotus mark appeared on his palm, glowing with a soft, purifying light. Ice heart, soul stillness. The white light rippled out like water. When the shrieking hands touched it, they screamed in agony and began to dissolve. But there were too many of them. For every hand Shui Yuan purified, 10 more surged out of the boiling silver pit. His defense was perfect, but even he was starting to look strained under the sheer volume of the attack. Emoli was in even worse shape. Her cultivation was the lowest, and her soul was the most vulnerable. Despite Shui Yuan's protection, her face twisted in pain. The blood-yellow totem over her eye flashed crimson. I could see her losing the fight. The cold poison in her body was starting to boil over, fueled by a sudden, violent urge to freeze everything in sight. "Li, stay with me," I screamed. I wanted to reach for her, but I couldn't move. The bronze cocoon in my robe had gone completely out of control. It vibrated so hard I thought it would shatter my ribs. The Taoya's eyes on the metal were wide open now, glowing with a predatory green light as they stared at the pit of soul silver. Suddenly, a massive suction force erupted from the cocoon. It wasn't pulling at objects, it was pulling at souls. My heart dropped. My mental link with the cocoon was being ripped apart by a raw, savage power. The Tao-Tai didn't just want the silver. It felt like it wanted to swallow my soul along with it. The suction grew into an invisible whirlpool that covered the entire altar. The soul-eating hands that were just about to kill us suddenly froze. They turned, drawn by a power even more dominant and greedy than their own. They flew toward the cocoon in my hand like moths to a flame. Even the liquid soul silver began to rise in thin, metallic streams, being sucked into the bronze fragment. Shui Yuan stared at me, his eyes wide with shock. He could feel it too, that terrifying power that felt like it could swallow the entire world and drag it into the void. I couldn't answer him. I was fighting for my life. The Taoya's hunger was bottomless. It was devouring the altar's energy, but it was also trying to drain my own soul to fuel its feast. My sea of consciousness felt like a tiny boat in the middle of a hurricane, ready to be capsized at any second. My soul was being torn apart. I could feel my life force being siphoned away at a terrifying speed. My vision blurred, and my body began to shake uncontrollably. It was like my very essence was being squeezed through a needle. Suddenly, the ghost water sutra within me began to circulate on its own. It wasn't the version I knew. It was something primal, savage, and far more ancient. It felt like the bronze cocoon held a core inheritance that was much more horrific than anything I had ever practiced. I was at my breaking point. Just as the Tao-Tai mark was about to swallow my soul entirely, a roar erupted from deep within my body. The source poison, the power I had fused from the ancient king of 1,000 tribes and the toxic, baleful qi, refused to be consumed. It surged like a cornered beast, slamming into the greedy Tao-Tai mark. Two extremes of evil, poison and corpse energy, collided inside me, fighting for control of my soul. Boom. It felt like a sledgehammer made of jagged glass had smashed into my brain. My vision went black. I nearly lost consciousness as a tidal wave of agony crashed over me. Every inch of my flesh and every bone in my body shrieked in pain. But that violent collision gave me a split second to breathe. The Taoya's suction faltered for a moment. Grabbing onto that last shred of clarity, I made a suicidal gamble. I didn't try to suppress either power. I knew I couldn't. Instead, I drove my remaining will like a steel needle directly into the center of the explosion. I began to circulate the 5 poisons basic heart law. It was the most fundamental technique of my sect, built on the principle of balance, using poison to nourish the bone and the bone to grow the poison. I tried to build a bridge between these two world-ending forces. I guided the soul energy stolen by the Tao Tai to feed my withered source poison. At the same time, I used the savage aura of the source poison to restrain the Tao Ye's bottomless greed. I was walking a tightrope over an active volcano. One slip, and my soul would be erased forever. Sizzle! My skin began to crack. Dark green poison and silver-gray mist erupted from my pores. I had become a human pressure cooker on the verge of detonating. My good left arm and the stump of my right twisted and deformed. It felt like thousands of tiny snakes and centipedes were burrowing under my skin. Then, a miracle happened. Amidst the extreme pain, a fragile balance took hold. The Tao Tai Mark's hunger shifted. It stopped devouring my soul and turned its full attention to the soul's silver and the ghostly hands outside. The massive influx of energy was filtered through my heart law, trickling back to nourish my dried-up meridians. I was still being burned alive by 2 different fires, but I was alive. My mind was clear. Outside, the altar had become a scene from a nightmare. The bronze cocoon was vacuuming up the soul's silver so fast the level was dropping visibly. The soul-eating hands screamed as they were sucked into the metal, becoming fuel for the Tao Tai. As it drank, the cocoon's aura grew deeper and more terrifying. More ancient characters on its surface began to glow, as if this prehistoric evil was finally waking up from a long sleep. Shui Yuan and Mo Li were frozen, stunned by the sight. Shui Yuan stared at the cocoon in my hand, her eyes filled with wary suspicion. She could sense its power. It was something far beyond her understanding, perhaps linked to the oldest legends of the Ice Palace. Mo Li's left eye flickered with the blood moon totem, but the violent urge seemed suppressed by the cocoon's majestic, ancient pressure. She saw me struggling and trembling, her face twisted with a heartbreak she didn't know how to voice. As the soul's silver drained away, the object at the center of the altar was finally revealed, the ice soul jade fragment. Without the silver liquid corroding it, the fragment erupted with a brilliant, pure blue light. An extreme cold swept out, freezing the remaining filth instantly. With a sharp hum, the fragment took flight. It turned into a streak of light, shooting straight towards Shui Yuan. It had sensed her pure ice palace aura and was returning like a lost child. Shui Yuan's eyes lit up. She reached out to grab it. Then, the world shook. The entire black altar sank several feet into the ground. A chaotic, evil will exploded from beneath us, shattering the final shackles of the seal. Massive, pitch-black chains wrapped in blood-red runes erupted from the cracks in the floor. They weren't physical, but they carried an aura strong enough to imprison gods. They didn't go for us. They lunged for the ice soul jade fragment. At the same moment, the bronze cocoon in my hand vibrated violently. It wasn't hunger this time. It was recognition. The cocoon emitted a cold, decisive power of suppression, reacting to the thing beneath the altar as if it were an ancient enemy. The hidden entity beneath us was linked to the jade, or rather, the jade was the key to its cage. And my Ghostwater Sutra cocoon wanted that entity dead. Shui Yuan's face, usually as cold as a frozen lake, finally broke. She looked at the black chains and then at my cocoon, her voice trembling with disbelief. The demon-suppressing, immortal chains? Is the thing sealed under here? She didn't finish. The black chains lashed out, coiling around the ice soul jade fragment before she could touch it. I recognized those chains instantly. They were the demon-suppressing immortal chains, legends from the primordial era used to imprison fallen gods and high-tier demons. Shui Yuan had only seen their traces in the deepest vaults of the Ice Palace, recorded in ancient, flickering images. They carried a terrifying power capable of locking down the laws of heaven and earth. To find them here, beneath a filthy blood altar in a minor 5-poison sect outpost, was impossible. But there was no time for disbelief. The chains, wrapped in blood-red runes, shrieked through the air. They weren't interested in us. Their target was the ice soul jade fragment. It was as if the jade wasn't just a treasure, but a vital component of the seal itself, the key to the entire cage. Shui Yuan didn't dare hold back. Her eyes narrowed as she shifted her stance. She pulled her hand back from the jade and formed a blade with her fingers, tracing a mystical path through the air. The surrounding cold intensified to a breaking point. "Ice pole divine light," she cried out. A beam of pure, concentrated blue light erupted from her fingertips. It was the first light of a dying world, carrying the core laws of the Ice Palace's heritage. It hit the incoming chains with a bone-grinding screech. This wasn't a simple clash of elements. It was two high-level powers fighting for dominance. The blood runes on the chains flashed violently, trying to resist the purification, while the sections touched by the light began to fade into ghosts of themselves. Even so, the chains were too strong. They pushed through the light, slowing down but still crawling toward the jade fragment. Shui Yuan let out a pained grunt. The technique was draining her dry, and it still wasn't enough to stop them. Then, the bronze cocoon in my hand went berserk. It sensed the aura of the immortal chains and fully awakened. It stopped devouring my soul energy and instead began to pump out a power that was ancient, domineering, and completely opposite to the chain's evil intent. The archaic runes on the cocoon's surface glowed with a deep, ink-black light. The Taotai carvings on the metal didn't look hungry anymore. Their eyes became two bottomless black whirlpools leading straight to the abyss. A heavy, stone-like pressure radiated from the cocoon, sinking through the altar and slamming into the entity waking up below us. "Suppress." A voice echoed in my mind. It wasn't human. It was cold, majestic, and carried the weight of eternal law. The chains froze midair. The blood-red runes flickered and dimmed as if they had met their natural predator. From deep beneath the earth, the chaotic will let out a roar of pure, frustrated rage. It was being forced back down. My Ghost Water Sutra cocoon was a direct counter to whatever was buried here. Shui Yuan didn't miss her chance. Seeing the chains falter, she unleashed a second burst of divine light. With the chains already weakened by my cocoon, they couldn't hold on. They shattered into black smoke and retreated into the cracks of the floor. The immediate crisis was over, but the air on the altar turned thick and tense. Shui Yuan lowered her ice blade, staring at me and the bronze cocoon with a look of pure shock. She was likely wondering where I got a relic that could suppress immortal chains. Was I an ally of the Ice Palace's ancient enemies, or something even worse? I couldn't answer her. My body was failing. The cocoon had stopped eating my soul, but the sheer weight of the power it was channeling was crushing my bones. My internal organs felt like they were being turned inside out. I felt a cold, indifferent consciousness stirring deep within the bronze shell, a will that looked at all living things with nothing but judgment. "Brother," Emily cried out, trying to run to me. "Stay back," Shui Yuan barked, blocking her path. "He's dangerous right now. That thing is waking up. If you interfere, he'll lose control completely." As I struggled to stay conscious, the ice soul jade fragment turned into a streak of light. With the chains gone, it flew straight into the center of Shui Yuan's forehead. She shivered as the jade merged with the red mark between her eyes. A massive wave of pure ice energy exploded inside her, healing her wounds and pushing her aura to a new level. But more than power, she received memories. The truth of the jade's theft 300 years ago flooded her mind. It wasn't the Five Poisons sect who stole it. The vision showed a dying Ice Palace elder fleeing the sect's forbidden grounds, clutching the jade to his chest. He was being hunted by his own people, disciples with frozen eyes and veins pulsing with a strange, purple-black corruption. And standing behind those traitors was a familiar figure riding a three-headed venomous python. It was a younger version of the man hunting us, Zichao. The vision shifted. The dying elder hid the jade in the south and left a final, gasping message. "Zichao has conspired with demons from beyond. The holy spring is polluted. The princess is trapped. The ice soul must be hidden until the destined one arrives." Shui Yuan's body shook violently. Her ice-blue eyes were wide, filled with disbelief, fury, and a deep, aching sorrow. The truth was out. The disaster at the Ice Palace 300 years ago wasn't just a simple theft. It was a bloody internal coup. Zichao was the traitor. 3 centuries ago, he had conspired with demons from beyond our realm to pollute the holy spring. He might have even imprisoned the master of the Ice Palace himself. That ice soul jade fragment wasn't stolen loot. It was a final hope. A loyal elder had died to smuggle it out, waiting for someone to finally set things right. This truth flipped everything the Ice Palace believed for 3 centuries on its head. The Five Poisons sect was hateful, sure, but the real monster was Zichao and the dark forces standing behind him. Shui Yuan looked up at me as I struggled in pain. Her gaze was complicated. She had doubted my words before, but now she knew I was telling the truth. In fact, I had probably underestimated just how terrifying Zichao really was. I looked at Mo Li and the corrupted curse burning in her veins. Then I looked at the mysterious entity stirring beneath this altar. I realized we were caught in a massive conspiracy stretching back hundreds of years, involving the Ice Palace, the Five Poisons sect, and even ancient mountain sects. Mo Li and I were just the latest victims caught in the center of this whirlpool. Suddenly, the ground groaned. The altar sensed the ice soul jade was gone. That chaotic, evil will underneath us began to thrash. My bronze cocoon was powerful, but it was just a fragment. I couldn't control it much longer. Cracks spiderwebbed across the altar. Ghostly black chains lashed out from the shadows. I felt my consciousness fading, being swallowed by that cold, indifferent will. My body was about to break. We're going to die if I don't stop this. I roared, my voice raw and hoarse. I had to break the deadlock. I looked at the frozen pool, the crumbling altar, and the small puddle of soul silver that the cocoon hadn't finished eating. A mad idea flashed through my mind. If I couldn't suppress this power, I would blow it up. I'd use the cocoon, the pool, and the unknown entity below to create total chaos. Shui Yuan. I yelled, my eyes wild. Help me. Use your power to freeze this altar and everything under it. Just give me 10 seconds. She hesitated, confused by my desperation. But when she saw the unstable energy radiating from my bronze cocoon, she knew there was no time to argue. She gritted her teeth and unleashed everything she had left. Everlasting ice seal, she screamed. A tidal wave of frost crashed downward. The cracks in the altar froze solid instantly. Even the restless will below was momentarily silenced by the sheer weight of her ice energy. The black chains vanished. For a heartbeat, the world was silent. But it wouldn't last. Shui Yuan was pale, her strength fading fast. The thing below was just waiting to strike back harder. Now, she gasped. I didn't waste a second. I slammed the bronze cocoon into the remaining soul silver. At the same time, I poured every ounce of my poison essence and the power of my secret scriptures into it. I wasn't trying to absorb anything anymore. I was reversing the flow. I was triggering an explosion. Using the scripture's power, I ignited 1,000 years of resentment and poison stored in this marsh. I used the leaked aura from the entity below as a fuse. I was going to create a storm of soul, energy, and poison that this mountain would never forget. The bronze cocoon shrieked. Black energy flooded out like a dam breaking. It hit the soul silver and the ancient filth of the pool, and the entire altar began to vibrate. Time seemed to slow down. Blood leaked from my eyes, nose, and ears. This was the price of forcing the energy to reverse. My body felt like a spring wound too tight, ready to snap. But my mind was clear. I was going for broke. The eyes on the cocoon's carvings glowed with a hellish light. 2 beams of black energy shot down like twin dragons, piercing the heart of the pool. A soundless explosion ripped through our minds. Then, the pool boiled. The ice seal Shui Yuan had created shattered like glass. A pillar of black resentment, thick poison, and soul energy erupted toward the sky like a volcano. It wasn't just energy, it was a tide of screams. The souls of countless victims and failed experiments from the last 1,000 years rose up in a massive, spinning black vortex. It swallowed the light in the valley, turning day into a nightmare. The shockwave hit the altar first. The black stone disintegrated into dust. With the seal gone, the ancient evil below let out a roar. Massive black chains surged out of the abyss, but this time, they weren't coming for us. They were trying to claw back the chaotic storm I had just unleashed. The unknown entity beneath the marsh was waking up. I had used the fragments of the Ghost Water Sutra to ignite a tide of resentment, and the resulting destruction was far beyond anything I had imagined. Those massive black chains tried to hold it back, but against this world-ending eruption, they were useless. I watched as the spectral links were eroded and washed away, letting out a metallic shriek of total failure. The altar disintegrated, and the storm of energy went wild. The three of us, standing at the very center of the explosion, were instantly swallowed by the vortex. "This is bad," Shui Yuan roared. His face went pale as he hadn't expected my gamble to be this terrifying. He stepped in front of Mo Li immediately, unleashing every drop of his frost energy to form a defensive wall. But the tide of resentment was too filthy, too chaotic. His pure ice was instantly contaminated and shattered like glass. The energy hit him like 1,000 jagged claws, tearing at his protective light. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as his mana was rapidly drained. Emily was in even worse shape. She was already weak, and now the endless screams of the dead were slamming into her mind. The blood-yellow totem in her left eye spiraled out of control. A power that felt bone-chillingly cold, yet purely destructive, exploded from her body. A sharp, high-pitched cry pierced the air. It wasn't the elegant song of an ice phoenix or the mimicry of the sword tortoise. It was something primal, something feral. Ice-blue runes crawled across Mo Li's skin like living insects. Behind her, a pair of massive, illusory wings made of ghostly blue flames flickered into existence. This sudden burst of power shielded her from the storm, but her eyes turned a flat, frozen blue. She lost focus. There was no recognition in her gaze, only a freezing intent to kill and a hunger for ruin. Whatever was locked inside her bloodline had been jolted awake by the chaos. "Emily," I screamed. My heart felt like it was being squeezed by a cold hand. My worst fear had come true. The seal on the northern dark bloodline was breaking, and the power was turning her into something else. I tried to reach for her, but I was at my limit. Reversing the bronze cocoon to trigger this explosion had drained every ounce of my strength. My soul felt like it had been shredded into 1,000 pieces. The cocoon itself went dark, the Taotai carvings turning silent as it fell from the air. I caught it in a trembling hand, gasping for breath. We had to leave. Now. If we stayed, we'd either be swallowed by the resentment, slaughtered by the 5 poisons sect experts closing in, or Mo Li would be completely consumed by the monster waking up inside her. "Move," I hissed at Shui Yuan. I played my final card. My right arm, the stump where the centipede had merged, suddenly exploded. It wasn't a self-destruction. I was forcibly burning the source blood of the 1,000-footed ancient king. A thick, metallic scent of blood and toxic mist erupted, wrapping around Mo Li and me. My vision blurred. My body felt weightless, turning into a streak of crimson shadow. This was the blood shadow escape, a forbidden movement technique I'd gained from the ancient king. It could ignore almost any seal or spatial barrier, but the cost was my very life essence. I didn't care. "Brother," Emily whispered. The red light seemed to snap her back for a second. Her blue eyes flickered with pain and struggle. "I'm sorry," I whispered back, my voice heavy with exhaustion. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." The light surged. I grabbed her tight, and we turned into a blur of blood-red light, diving into the void. Shui Yuan watched us vanish, his eyes narrowing. He knew we were in no condition to keep fighting. He had what he came for, the Ice Soul Crystal Fragment, and he'd learned the dark secrets of the Qingqing sect and the internal strife of the Ice Palace. This mission was a success, and he had no intention of cleaning up the mess I'd made at the Black Blood Pool. He looked at the rising tide of resentment, sensed the powerful auras of the 5 poisons sect elders rushing toward us, and made his move. He pulled out a crystal phoenix feather. "Ice Phoenix Feather, break the void." He poured his mana into the relic. A massive phantom of an ice phoenix wrapped around him, its wings tearing a hole straight through the space above the marsh. He stepped into the rift and vanished. Seconds after we fled, the Black Blood Pool finally hit the breaking point. The black chain snapped with a final, mournful groan. Something emerged from the deepest trench of the pool, something filled with a madness and malice that didn't belong to this world. Solid black chains, thick as dragons, surged out of the abyss, desperate to seal the breach. But it was too late. A gargantuan shadow, woven from pure darkness and chaos, slowly poked its head out of the hole I had blown open. The moment that shadow appeared, the light in the valley died. The purple mist vanished as if it were terrified. Rocks, trees, and space itself began to warp and rot. The 5 poison sect experts who had just arrived, including several powerful nascent soul elders, turned deathly pale. Their legs gave out. They were looking at the ultimate nightmare. What is that thing? One screamed. Run! The seal is broken. The thing at the bottom is out. Call the sect leader. Get him out of seclusion now. Panic spread like a plague. No one cared about the intruders anymore. No one cared about the strange poison spreading through the camp. A disaster capable of wiping everything off the map had arrived. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in a hidden forest, a flash of red light hit the ground. Mo Lee and I tumbled out of the void, crashing into the dirt, battered, broken, but alive. I hit the ground hard. My face was as pale as paper, and my breath was so faint it was almost non-existent. To escape that hell, I had burned my very life essence, the origin blood of the 1,000-foot ancient king. Executing the blood shadow flash had drained every last drop of my strength. Right now, I couldn't even lift a finger. My consciousness started to fray at the edges, slipping into a dark, semi-comatose fog. Emily was in slightly better shape. The icy blue power that had spiraled out of control seemed to calm down once we were away from the chaotic resentment of the marsh. But his eyes were still vacant and hollow. The blood-yellow totem in his left eye had dimmed, yet it left behind a permanent, sinister mark. He stared blankly at my unconscious body, tears streaming down his face. Brother, wake up, he whimpered. He shook me gently, his voice breaking with every word. The air nearby shimmered. A white figure appeared silently, stepping out of the void. It was Shui Yuan. She had used the Eye Soul Rain to tear through space, a move that clearly took a toll on her as well. Her face was wan, but her aura remained steady. She looked at me, then at the trembling Mo Lee, before turning her gaze toward the horizon. Far off in the distance, a pillar of terrifying black energy pierced the clouds, churning the very sky. Her cold eyes filled with lingering fear and gravity. It seems we've stirred up a massive disaster, she muttered, her voice tinged with bitterness. The thing suppressed beneath the black blood pool was far beyond her imagination. My decision to detonate the tide of resentment had bought us a chance to live, but it had also shattered an ancient balance. I had opened a Pandora's box. The road ahead was about to get a lot more dangerous. Shui Yuan walked over to Emily. She frowned, studying the red glow lingering in his left eye and the violent, freezing energy still humming beneath his skin. The mystic underworld blood curse. Outer realm demons. The secrets of Goetia. She whispered these names to herself. The clues were weaving together into a truth that made her blood run cold. She knew she had to get back to the Ice Palace immediately. She had the Ice Soul Jade fragments, and she needed to warn them. The Ice Palace, and perhaps the entire cultivation world, was facing an unprecedented catastrophe. But first, she had to deal with us. We were 2 people caught in the center of the storm. She had a choice to make. Take us with her, or leave us to our fate. The forest around us was damp, the smell of wet earth contrasting sharply with the heart-stopping energy pulses coming from the distance. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dancing shadows on the ground, but it couldn't touch the gloom hanging over us. I was still out cold. My breathing was like a candle flickering in a gale. Burning my origin blood had caused catastrophic damage. My remaining stump of an arm was shriveled and lifeless. The aura of the ancient king had vanished. I was, for all intents and purposes, a broken man. If I hadn't practiced the ghost water scripture and the 5 poisons art, my body would have given up long ago. Emoli knelt by my side, wiping blood from my lips with trembling hands. He tried to force healing pills into my mouth, but my jaw was locked tight. Panic submerged him like a rising tide. He could feel that icy power lurking deep in his veins, waiting like a volcano to erupt again. That mark in his eye was a constant, cursed reminder of the monster he had almost become. Shui Yuan watched us silently. Her emotions were a tangled mess. The ice soul jade fragment was now resting in her glabella, nourishing her soul and strengthening her connection to the ice palace. The memories inside the shard were playing on loop. The internal rebellion 300 years ago, Zi Chao's collusion with outer realm demons, the trapped princess, and the desecrated holy blood. She was desperate to return and expose the conspiracy. Yet, she couldn't just walk away. Mo Li carried a tainted curse and secrets linked to the Ice Palace's holy blood. He was the key to the mystery. And then there was me, a rogue from the Qingqing sect who fell into the path of poison, wielding fragments of the ghost water scripture with ruthless efficiency. I had survived the impossible time and again. She had a gut feeling that I wasn't the type to die easily. Besides, my bronze cocoon fragment could suppress the aura of the demon suppression prison. That was a secret that likely tied back to the ancient history of the Ice Palace itself. But more than that, she had seen how I fought. She saw the bone-deep, desperate need I had to protect my brother at any cost. In the cold, calculating world of the Ice Palace, that kind of pure devotion was rare. It touched something inside her. She knelt down and pressed her slender fingers to my wrist. A stream of pure, gentle cold chi flowed into my body to scout the damage. Her frown deepened. It was worse than she thought. My meridians were shattered. My blood essence was dry. My soul was on the verge of collapse from forcing the bronze cocoon to activate. Worse, the toxic energy and yin qi inside me were no longer under control. They were clashing, tearing me apart from the inside out. It's bad, Shui Yuan said, looking at the terrified Mo Li. His foundation is depleted. His soul is fracturing. Without a miracle, he won't last 3 days. No, that can't be, Mo Li cried out. He grabbed her sleeve like a drowning man grabbing a rope. Saintess, please. Save my brother. He can't die? Please. Shui Yuan looked at Mo Li's tear-stained face, then back at me. Even in a coma, my brow was furrowed, as if I were still fighting a war behind my eyelids. She sighed softly. Saving him won't be easy, she said, her voice regaining its serious edge. The energies inside him are a chaotic mess. Ordinary pills and healing spells weren't just useless now. They were dangerous. Shui Yuan explained that any standard treatment might actually trigger a backlash, killing me faster. My soul was severely damaged, and I needed incredibly rare soul-nourishing medicines just to stabilize. She went silent for a moment, clearly weighing the pros and cons. The Ice Palace had secret techniques and legendary pills that could save me. She mentioned the 9-turn soul returning pill to repair my spirit and the Ice Soul Jade Marrow to rebuild my meridians. But these were absolute treasures. Even with her status as the saintess, the cost to obtain them would be astronomical. When Mo Li heard there was a spark of hope, her eyes lit up. She didn't care about the price. She told Shui Yuan she would do anything to save me. Anything at all. Shui Yuan looked at her deeply. The price was heavy. Mo Li would have to return to the Ice Palace, cooperate fully with their investigation, and help them unlock the mystery of her blood curse and seals. She might even have to give up a portion of her source holy blood for research or to purify their tainted inheritance. Giving up source blood is a nightmare for any cultivator. At best, your cultivation regresses. At worst, your foundation is destroyed and you die. Mo Li's face went pale. She wasn't afraid for herself, but she looked at my unconscious body and hesitated. She knew me. If I woke up and found out she had sacrificed her life force for me, I would never forgive myself. Shui Yuan saw right through her. She told Mo Li plainly that this was the only way to save my life. Besides, Mo Li's power was unstable. If she didn't learn to control it, she would eventually lose her mind and take me down with her. That was the final blow. Mo Li remembered the cold, frantic feeling of losing control back at the marsh. She couldn't be a burden to me anymore. She couldn't be a threat. She bit her lip, tears blurring her vision, but her eyes turned stone cold with resolve. She agreed. She would go to the Ice Palace. She would do whatever they asked. Shui Yuan nodded, a flash of genuine respect in her eyes. She pulled out a crystal vial containing a few drops of milky white liquid that glowed like melted starlight. It was thousand-year ice marrow. It wasn't as potent as the jade marrow, but it was enough to keep me alive for the journey. She carefully pried my teeth open and let a single drop fall onto my tongue. It melted instantly. A pure, cooling energy surged through my body, calming the internal chaos. My deathly pale skin regained a hint of color, and my breathing finally steadied. I wasn't healed, but the immediate threat of death had passed. Shui Yuan stood up and looked back toward the black blood pool. The five poison sect was in total chaos, but they wouldn't stay confused forever. They would come for us. Worse, she had felt something ancient and terrifying stirring beneath the altar. We had to leave the southern border immediately. She called her ice phoenix over. Emily lifted me up, leaning my limp body against her for support, and we climbed onto the bird's back. Shui Yuan cast a frost mist to hide our presence, and with a low cry, the phoenix took flight. We soared north, heading toward the distant and mysterious far north. Back at the black blood pool, the storm of resentment was finally dying down. A few surviving nascent soul elders hovered in the distance, trembling with fear. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended. A thin figure in a multicolored robe appeared silently above the ruins. His face was hidden in the shadows of a hood. Just by standing there, he forced the violent energy of the marsh to submit. The elders dropped to their knees, shaking. It was the sect leader of the five poison sect. He didn't look at his subordinates. His eyes, glowing like green ghost fires, scanned the wreckage. He whispered to himself, his voice sounding like sandpaper on stone. He recognized the scents left behind, the demon suppression prison, the bronze cocoon, and the aura of the ice palace. He let out a low, chilling laugh. He reached out a withered hand, and a five-color talisman made of tiny insects appeared in his palm. He used it to track the lingering energy in the air. "Escaped," he hissed. "You can run, but you're stained by the breath of the void and my soul-chasing mark." He looked toward the north, his lips curling into a horrifying smile. He decided it was time to visit some old friends at the Ice Palace and take back what belonged to him. A much bigger storm was brewing. The far north was the polar opposite of the humid southern border. It was a kingdom of ice, a literal forbidden zone for life. Bitter winds howled year-round, carrying ice shards that cut like knives. The ground was buried under thick glaciers that stretched to the horizon, broken only by massive, silent snow-capped mountains. The ice phoenix was incredible. It ignored the bone-chilling cold and the spatial gales, covering hundreds of miles with every flap of its wings. Within days, the heat of the south was a distant memory. Emily huddled under the phoenix's wing, holding me tight. She looked exhausted and frail from the stress, but something was changing. As we flew deeper into the cold, she didn't seem to be suffering. In fact, she looked stronger. Once we entered the far north, everything changed for Emily. The violent cold curse in her body didn't flare up. Instead, it grew quiet. She looked relieved, almost as if she felt a sense of belonging. It was like a fish finally returning to the water. To her, this biting ice wasn't a threat anymore. It was nourishment. Even the crimson star mark on her left eye faded, suppressed by the pure, frigid air. She stared at the endless white world with awe and a strange heartbeat of recognition. This was the place her bloodline called home. Somewhere in this frozen wasteland, the ice palace was waiting. I wasn't doing nearly as well. I remained unconscious, my life hanging by a thread. That single drop of thousand-year ice marrow I had taken earlier was the only thing keeping me from shattering. It acted like an anchor, holding my crumbling life forced together and protecting the tiny fragment of my soul that remained. But the damage was catastrophic. My origin blood was depleted, my soul was mangled, and the conflicting energies inside me were eating me alive. If not for my unique foundation and the life force I'd absorbed from the Ghostwater Sutra, I would have been dust already. I was a flickering lamp with no oil left. I needed a miracle, or at least a very powerful intervention, to survive. Shui Yuan stood at the front of the Ice Phoenix, her eyes fixed on the horizon. The closer we got to the Ice Palace, the more anxious she became. The information she'd gained from the Ice Soul crystal fragment had shattered her reality. Traitors, demons from beyond, tainted holy blood, and a trapped princess. The words haunted her like a nightmare. She knew this wasn't just a homecoming. It was the start of a storm that would swallow the entire far north. She had to be careful. Until she knew who to trust, she couldn't let anyone know she had the crystal back. She looked back at us. Emily's secrets were the key to everything, but she couldn't stop thinking about me. She saw the way I had fought, the way I had used the bronze cocoon, and the sheer madness of my actions at the black blood pool. I was a wild card, a variable that didn't fit into any of her equations. 1,000 miles ahead lies the frost gold barrier, Shui Yuan said, her voice cutting through the wind. That is the outer perimeter of the Ice Palace's territory. It's protected by powerful detection arrays. Anything unauthorized, any strange energy, will trigger an immediate lockdown. She looked at Emily. Your bloodline might get you through. But him. She pointed at me. His body is a mess of toxins, death energy, and that bizarre bronze cocoon. The moment he touches the barrier, every alarm in the sect will go off. Emily panicked. She gripped my hand tighter. What do we do? We can't leave him. Shui Yuan went quiet for a moment. I can use a secret technique to mask his aura temporarily. My status as the Saintess can get us past the initial check. But it's a band-aid. Once we're inside the palace, he'll be found out eventually. As an outsider and a poison cultivator, they'll throw him into the Black Ice prison. Emily's face went pale. She knew what that place was, a hell where souls were frozen for eternity. No, you have to save him. I'll do anything. Shui Yuan looked at the girl's desperate eyes. Originally, she planned to hide me in a secret outpost and take Emily alone. But seeing their bond, she realized that separating us might backfire. Besides, she needed an edge. The Ice Palace was a nest of vipers. Having someone like me, someone outside their system, might actually be useful, provided I could be controlled. There is one way, Shui Yuan said slowly. The Ice Palace isn't one solid block. There are different factions. The Law Enforcement Hall is rigid and obsessed with rules. They would kill him on sight. But then there's the Heavenly Palace Hall. They handle alchemy, forging, and the study of rare anomalies. Emily looked confused. The Heavenly Palace Hall? They are obsessed with research, Shui Yuan explained. They love strange materials, weird energies, and mutated bodies. Given the mess inside your brother, the way his body has been rebuilt and the conflicting powers he holds, he would be a gold mine for them. To those research maniacs, he's the ultimate experimental subject. Experimental subject? Emily gasped, her eyes filling with protectiveness. She didn't want me treated like a lab rat. Don't get upset yet, Shui Yuan calmed her. It's a cover. In the Heavenly Palace Hall, he'd be safe from the Law Enforcement Hall. They have the best resources and the most skilled healers in the sect. They might actually be able to fix his soul and help him master that chaotic power. It's a gamble, though. If they decide he has no research value, or if he turns on them, his end will be worse than the ice prison. Emily fell silent, torn between two terrible choices. Let me be studied like an object, or let me be executed as a criminal. I can handle the recommendation, Shui Yuan added. The hall master there is eccentric, but neutral. As for the entry fee, to get their interest. Her eyes drifted to my chest, specifically to the cold, dark aura radiating from the broken bronze cocoon I was still clutching. I think we have exactly what they want. This item is the perfect stepping stone, Shui Yuan said softly. She explained that the Heavenly Palace Hall was obsessed with ancient relics and mysterious powers. The sheer energy radiating from the broken bronze cocoon and the secrets it held would be more than enough to hook them. If we played our cards right, I could enter the hall as a treasure contributor or a special collaborator. It was my only shot at protection and healing. Emily's first instinct was to refuse. That cocoon was one of the foundations of my power. But she looked at my dying state and hesitated. If giving it up meant I lived, she would do it. Shui Yuan saw her conflict. We don't have to give it all away, she clarified. We can show them a fraction of its properties just to get their attention. We can negotiate the details later. The priority is getting you through the door. Besides, with me there, they won't dare push too far. Emily finally nodded, her voice thick with emotion. Fine. As long as it saves my brother, we do what you say. Shui Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. This plan was a massive gamble, but it was the only way to keep me alive and keep us close enough to uncover the truth. She got to work immediately. She pulled a white, glowing jade talisman from her storage ring and pressed it against my forehead. The jade melted into my skin. Instantly, the violent energy thrashing inside me calmed down. A thin layer of frost covered my body like a seal, pulling my aura inward. "This is the heart-calming soul lock," she explained. "It'll hide your energy so the sex barriers don't flag you." Next, she draped a transparent, wing-like cloak over me. It was a phantom veil, designed to bend light and block spiritual detection. Once I was hidden, she turned to Emily. "When we hit the barrier, push your cold energy to the limit. Sync with my aura. Don't fight it, just let your bloodline show." Emily nodded hard. The ice phoenix surged forward. Ahead of us, a massive, crystal-clear wall stretched from the earth to the heavens. The cold crystal barrier. As we drew closer, the pressure became immense. Ancient ice-blue runes flowed across the transparent surface like shimmering stars. It was an impenetrable fortress. We slowed down 100 yards from the wall. Shui Yuan took a deep breath and raised her Saintess token, a piece of 10,000-year-old ice carved with a phoenix. She channeled her power into it. The token erupted in brilliant blue light, resonating with the barrier's runes. A soft beam of light shot down, bathing us and the phoenix. "Saintess Shui Yuan has returned," her cold voice rang out, carrying through the token into the heart of the barrier. Requesting passage. The runes spun faster, verifying her identity. Emily did exactly as she was told, unleashing her cold aura. The cinnabar mark on her forehead glowed faintly. Her energy felt like a branch of the same tree as Shui Yuan's. Shui Yuan masked me with a layer of phantom mist, drawing all the scrutiny toward herself and Emily. Seconds felt like hours. Finally, the runes settled. A toneless, genderless voice echoed from within. Identity confirmed. Saintess Shui Yuan is permitted to pass. The barrier opened silently, revealing a tunnel of light filled with pure ice energy. Shui Yuan didn't waste a second. She signaled the phoenix to fly through. But just as we were about to clear the exit, something went wrong. A hidden, malicious thread of purple-black divine sense snaked out from the shadows. It didn't come from the barrier. It came from deep within the sect. It was like a viper, lunging straight for me through the mist and the veil. Shui Yuan's face paled. She didn't expect someone to strike after we'd been cleared. The aura was cold, eerie, and familiar. It felt like Zi Chao's people, or worse, someone high up in the palace corrupted by the outer demons. The attack ignored the mist and pierced my cloak, stabbing directly toward my soul. I was unconscious and protected by the talisman, but this strike was lethal. It wanted to rip out my secrets. Right before it hit, the broken bronze cocoon in my arms twitched. A tiny, almost invisible spark of ink-black light flared up. The moment the purple-black sense touched that light, it let out a silent scream and vanished. It was completely annihilated. The cocoon went still again, as if nothing had happened. It happened so fast that even Shui Yuan only felt a faint ripple of energy. But it was enough. She knew the ice palace was compromised, and someone was already watching me. She pushed the phoenix to maximum speed, clearing the tunnel just as it slammed shut behind us. The world on the other side was a shock. Instead of the frozen wasteland, I saw rolling crystal mountains that looked like coiled dragons. Massive ice lamps floated in the sky like eternal stars. The air was so thick with spiritual energy it felt heavy in the lungs. In the distance, palaces carved from ice stood tall among the mist, beautiful and surreal. This was the North Pole Ice Palace, one of the most powerful and mysterious forces in the world. But beneath the beauty, the air felt dangerous. Shui Yuan's eyes turned hard. The real fight was just beginning. She needed to find someone she could trust, hide us, and start digging into the truth of what happened 300 years ago. She looked down at the bronze cocoon in my arms. That relic was either going to be the key to our survival or the reason we all burned. Passing through the barrier of the cold meridian felt like stepping into another dimension. The bitter cold and desolation of the outside world vanished instantly. In its place was a realm of pure, rhythmic energy, overflowing with the spiritual essence of ice and snow. Massive crystal mountain ranges rolled on forever like sleeping jade dragons. Light from an unknown source refracted through the clear ice, painting the world in rainbows. Huge ice prisms floated in the sky, casting a soft glow that made the entire palace feel peaceful and ancient. The distant buildings looked like delicate works of art carved from frozen water, showing off the incredible power and history of this sect. But beneath this perfect fairy tale, I felt something wrong. Shui Yuan noticed it too. Even though the spiritual energy was thick, it lacked a certain soul, like a pool of clear water that had gone stagnant. In some corners, I sensed a faint, dark chill that didn't belong in this pure place. It was hidden well, but it couldn't escape the senses of an ice palace saintess. The palace was in trouble, and the rot went deeper than we thought. Shui Yuan didn't fly the ice phoenix toward the grand central halls. Instead, she guided us toward a remote cluster of buildings tucked between the crystal mountains. This was the outer gate area, where disciples handled daily chores. It was busy, which meant it was easier to move around without being noticed. We landed in front of a modest palace called the Cold Dew Hall. This was Shui Yuan's private property, a place where she could stay without being disturbed. As the saintess, she had certain privileges, and this was our best shot at staying hidden. Shui Yuan and Emily helped carry my unconscious body inside. The interior wasn't as flashy as the core halls, but it was elegant and quiet. She activated a spirit-gathering array and several defensive seals to block any prying eyes. They laid me down on a bed made of cold jade in a side hall. Shui Yuan checked my pulse, her brow furrowing deep. The 1,000-year ice marrow was keeping me alive for now, but my body was a mess. The conflicting powers inside me were like raging currents, ready to explode at any second. My soul was in even worse shape. It was flickering, almost extinguished. "Saintess, how is my brother?" Emily asked, her voice trembling with pain. "He's not getting better, but he's not getting worse," Shui Yuan said seriously. "The ice marrow only treats the symptoms, not the cause. We have to find a way to fix his soul and his origin energy. I'll try to contact the Heavenly Palace Hall immediately. Until then, he cannot leave this room. No one can find out who he is or what state he's in." Shui Yuan pulled out a communication jade slip. Her fingertips glowed with frost as she quickly carved a message. She clearly had people she still trusted within the palace. "Moly," Shui Yuan said while working. "Watch him every second. If his energy spikes or that bronze cocoon acts up, tell me instantly." She handed Emily a purple jade slip glowing with blue light. "This is a sensing talisman. If there's an emergency, crush it. I'll feel it no matter where I am." "I understand," Emily said, gripping the jade like it was her only lifeline. Shui Yuan finished the message and activated the jade slip. A flash of light streaked away. She stood up and looked at us. "Stay here and look after him. I'm going to find out what's actually happening in the palace and see how far Zichao's influence has spread. Don't open the door for anyone." Emily nodded hard. Shui Yuan took one last look at me and the nervous girl beside me, then vanished out the door. She needed to know who was still loyal and what had happened to the palace mistress. The hall fell into a heavy silence. Emily stayed by my bed, refusing to relax for even a second. She wiped my face with a damp cloth and circulated her ice heart technique to keep her own inner poison and anxiety under control. Hours ticked by. I stayed trapped in my coma, my breath so thin it was barely there. About 2 hours later, the seals on the door rippled. Emily jumped up, clutching the emergency talisman. "It's me," Shui Yuan's cold voice echoed from outside. Emily let out a breath and opened the door. Shui Yuan walked in, her face looking even grimmer than when she left. "What did you find?" Emily asked urgently. Shui Yuan didn't answer right away. She walked to my bed and checked my vitals first. Once she saw I was stable, she finally spoke. "It's worse than I thought. The palace mistress has been in seclusion for years, supposedly to reach a higher realm, but I suspect she's being held captive or controlled." Her voice shook with a hint of suppressed rage. "The Grand Elder, Xian Jing, is running things now. He used to be neutral, but lately, he's been siding with the law enforcement hall. And the head of that hall, Bing Ao, is becoming way too powerful. I think Zichao's people have completely infiltrated them." Mo Li's heart sank. If the top leaders were compromised, We were sitting in a death trap. But it's not all bad news, Shui Yuan continued. Elder Gui Fu of the Heavenly Palace Hall is still there. He's one of the few old legends left in the sect. He's incredibly powerful, but also famously eccentric and antisocial. He only cares about rare artifacts and hates politics, so the law enforcement hall is too afraid to mess with him. I've already contacted his top disciple, Ling Long. She looked at the bronze cocoon. I told her about the artifact, omitting the most dangerous details, and emphasized its power over souls and negative energy. Ling Long is very interested. She's going to report it to Elder Gui Fu and try to get us a meeting. Really? That's amazing, Emoli said, a spark of hope returning to her eyes. Don't celebrate yet, Shui Yuan warned. Elder Gui Fu is a strange man with impossibly high standards. If he doesn't think the artifact is worth his time, he won't lift a finger to help us. That bronze cocoon was extraordinary, but I didn't know if it would be enough to impress a man like Elder Gui Fu. Even if he agreed to meet us, there was no guarantee he'd save Imo-chun. In the Heavenly Palace Hall, their research methods could be more terrifying than the tortures of the law enforcement hall. I saw Imo Lee's face pale as she processed that. Her heart sank again. All we can do now is wait, I told her firmly. Until we get a clear answer from the Heavenly Palace, we have to keep a low profile. We can't draw any attention, especially from the law enforcement hall. I paused, looking her straight in the eye. They're already suspicious of me coming back with outsiders. You need to be careful. The aura of the Xianming blood curse and the saint blood in your veins is a massive temptation for some, and a death sentence for others. Stay inside the cold dew hall. Don't leave. I'll find a way to suppress that curse as soon as I can. Yes, Saintess, Emoli said, nodding quickly. The next few days were eerily quiet inside the hall. I spent most of my time in seclusion, processing the information I'd gained from the ice soul fragments, and trying to untangle the web of the sect's internal chaos. I reached out to whatever allies I still had left in the palace, moving like a ghost in the shadows. Emoli never left Imo-chen's side. She watched over him night and day. Surprisingly, the pure spiritual energy of the ice palace actually helped. Imo-chun was still weak, but the speed of his physical collapse had slowed down. The 1,000-year ice pith was doing its job. His breathing was a tiny bit stronger than when we first arrived. Emoli was changing, too. Between the ice heart technique and this freezing environment, her control over her cold poison was improving. The strange totem on her left eye flared up less often. But beneath that calm surface, the currents were violent. I could feel hidden spiritual senses, cold and thin like venomous snakes, lingering around the cold dew hall. They were watching us 24/7. Because of my status as the saintess and the hall's protective seals, they didn't dare barge in, but the feeling of those eyes on my back made my skin crawl. The law enforcement hall sent people twice under the guise of routine questioning. I turned them away, claiming I needed rest for my recovery. But the way they looked at me and the questions they asked told me everything. They knew something was up. Time was our enemy. Imo-chen's injuries couldn't wait forever, and our situation was getting more dangerous by the hour. Just as I was about to lose my patience and risk a forced contact with the hall master, the communication jade I'd left with Ling Long finally lit up. A short, blunt message appeared. The old man is mildly interested in that piece of scrap metal. Bring the people and the item to the Vientiane Caves in the Heavenly Palace Hall. Make sure the law enforcement flies don't follow you. And remember, if the item isn't interesting enough, you'll deal with the consequences. Ling Long. I frowned at the message. Elder Gui Fu was just as eccentric as the rumors suggested. But this was it. It was a chance to save Imo-chun and a way to dig deeper into the rot spreading through the ice palace. I tucked the jade away and looked at Emoli. The Heavenly Palace replied, "Get ready. We're leaving now." Imo-lee's spirit surged. She immediately turned to Imo-chun. I walked over and checked his condition one last time, making sure the heart-settling charms and the phantom cloak were secure. Then, I took out a deep green pill that radiated a thick aura of life. I dissolved it with my spiritual energy and guided it into his mouth. "This is a greenwood life-bearing pill," I explained. "It'll temporarily spark a bit of vitality in him, so he doesn't look like a corpse. Those freaks at the Heavenly Palace are way more interested in living research subjects than dead ones." Emily watched as a faint flush returned to her brother's pale face. He was still unconscious, but he looked alive. It gave her a small sense of peace. Let's go. I hoisted Emochin onto my back. He was a tall man, but with my cultivation, he felt as light as a feather. Emily followed closely behind, her heart racing with a mix of dread and hope. The Vientiane caves were waiting. As soon as we stepped out of the cold dew hall and into the eternal white light of the ice palace, I felt those hidden spiritual senses latch onto us like leeches. They were cautious. They didn't try to probe us directly, but they trailed us from a distance, tracking every move. I let out a cold mental snort, but kept my expression neutral. I knew bringing two strangers into the palace would trigger alarms, especially with the law enforcement hall. They probably had me on a high-priority watch list already. I didn't try to shake the tails. In the ice palace, it's impossible to completely hide from their eyes. My goal was speed. I had to reach the heavenly palace hall before they could move against us. I carried Imo Chun under the cover of the phantom cloak, with Imo Lee at my side. We turned into a blur of light, racing toward a region of the palace wrapped in a strange, heavy energy field. The heavenly palace hall sat in a massive crystal canyon behind the main mountain. Unlike the elegant, celestial towers of the rest of the sect, the architecture here was raw and bizarre. The canyon walls were riddled with thousands of caves of all sizes, glowing with multicolored energy. Mechanical puppets and strange flying artifacts zipped in and out of the openings. At the bottom of the canyon, massive crystal buildings shaped like furnaces roared with the sound of clanging metal and humming power. The air smelled of ozone, minerals, herbs, and exotic energy. It felt more like a giant workshop or a laboratory than a place of cultivation. As we crossed into their territory, the spying spiritual senses behind us became agitated. They were hesitating. But eventually, whether out of fear of Elder Gui Fu or because they lacked orders to trespass, the senses stopped at the edge of the energy field. They didn't follow us in. I breathed a small sigh of relief. It seemed Gui Fu's reputation was still enough to scare off the small fry. I flew deeper into the canyon toward the tallest and strangest building of all. It looked like a massive, multi-layered crystal lotus. Each petal was an independent lab or workshop connected by bridges of solid light. At the center, a crystal spire pierced the clouds, its tip shimmering like a star. This was the heart of the heavenly palace, the Vientiane Divine Machine Tower. And the caves Ling Long mentioned were deep beneath its base, where Gui Fu conducted his most secret research. Guarding the tower were two massive, 10-foot-tall crystal puppets. They looked like armored warriors holding giant ice axes, radiating energy waves as strong as a nascent soul cultivator. They stepped forward as I approached. The blue light in the two puppets' eyes flashed. They didn't block us. Instead, they bowed slightly and stepped aside. It was clear that Shui Yuan's status as the saintess gave her total access here. Inside the tower, the space was far larger than it looked from the outside. It felt like its own separate world. Strange mechanical devices, floating rune arrays, and glowing orbs of energy were everywhere. Disciples and researchers rushed past, wearing the signature gray robes of the heavenly palace. Most of them were covered in oil stains or medicinal smudges. They barely looked up. Even for the saintess, they only gave a quick, hurried salute before getting back to work. The atmosphere here was completely different from the rest of the ice palace. It was practical, focused, and carried a thick air of obsessive, almost crazed research. Shui Yuan didn't stop. She led us straight toward the base of the tower. The deeper we went, the stranger the environment became. The energy in the air grew chaotic. I could feel dangerous pulses of power leaking from behind tightly sealed stone doors. Finally, we stopped in front of a massive gate. It was forged from a nameless black metal. There were no decorations, just a single, ancient gear-shaped rune carved into the center. It radiated a heavy, mysterious aura. This was the entrance to the Vientiane caves. Shui Yuan paused to straighten her clothes. She bowed deeply toward the gate. Ice Palace disciple Shui Yuan, acting on the orders of Senior Sister Ling Long, has brought a rare treasure and relevant personnel to seek an audience with Palace Master Gui Fu, she called out. Her voice was carried inside by a special restriction. Silence followed. Emily clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Shui Yuan didn't look surprised. She just waited. She knew Gui Fu's temper. The old man was obsessed with his research and ignored the outside world. To see him, you needed patience and something interesting to show him. Minutes ticked by. Just as Emily looked ready to snap and ask what was happening, the heavy metal gate groaned. It opened just a crack, moving slowly and reluctantly. A wave of heat hit us. It smelled like engine oil, burnt herbs, and the sharp, indescribable scent of corroding metal. It was a harsh contrast to the cold, pure air outside. "Come in," a girl's voice called out from the darkness. She sounded bored and impatient. "Master is in a decent mood. He's willing to take a quick look at your pile of scrap metal. Hurry up, don't waste his time while he's refining the 9-aperture exquisite heart." A petite figure squeezed through the gap in the door. She looked about 15 or 16, with her hair tied in 2 playful buns. She wore the same oil-stained gray work clothes, and her face was streaked with black soot. Her eyes incredibly bright, shimmering with a mix of cunning and curiosity. She looked Shui Yuan up and down, then glanced at Mo Chun, who was still slumped over Shui Yuan's back under a cloak. Finally, her gaze landed on the nervous Mo Li. A playful smirk crossed her face. "You must be senior sister Ling Long," Shui Yuan said, bowing her head politely. Despite her young appearance, this girl was Gui Fu's most talented disciple. They said her talent for machinery and formations was terrifying. Her actual age was likely much higher than she looked. In the Heavenly Palace, her status was massive. "Don't call me senior sister. Just Ling Long is fine," she said, waving a hand dismissively. "Saintess Shui Yuan, I've heard of you. I heard you brought back something fun from the outside. Show it to me. If it actually interests Master, he might be happy enough to solve your little problem." Her eyes drifted back to Mo Chun. She had clearly guessed the situation. "The item is on this person," Shui Yuan said, shifting her weight so Ling Long could see him better. "He is heavily injured and on the verge of death. We need the palace master to save him." "Oh, dying." Ling Long's eyes lit up. She didn't look sympathetic. She looked excited. "What kind of injury? What power caused it? Is there any strange mutation in the body? Let me see." She stepped forward, reaching out to yank the cloak off Mo Chun. "Ling Long." Shui Yuan stopped her quickly. "He's in critical condition. He can't handle being poked and prodded. Let the palace master see him first." "TCH, stingy," Ling Long pouted. "She didn't push it, though? Fine, fine. Follow me. Master is over by the myriad transformation pool. But let me warn you, he has a nasty temper. If your treasure doesn't satisfy him, or if you interrupt his research for nothing, well." She made a face and left the thread hanging. Shui Yuan shivered. She knew Ling Long wasn't joking. Gui Fu was famous for being eccentric. If he felt his time was being wasted, he'd turn on you in a heartbeat. Shui Yuan took a deep breath, adjusted Mo Chun on her back, and signaled for Mo Li to follow. We stepped through the black gate. The world inside was nothing like I expected. It wasn't a cave or a hall. It was a massive, honeycomb-like space. Countless tunnels crisscrossed, connecting glowing rooms and platforms. The air hummed with the sound of machinery and raw energy. Puppets scurried through the halls, carrying materials. Glowing crystals embedded in the walls provided light and powered the entire system. It looked like a high-tech laboratory from another world. Ling Long led us through the maze with practiced ease. After several turns, we reached a vast open area at the very bottom of the tower. In the center sat a pool over 100 yards wide. It wasn't filled with water. Instead, it was full of a swirling, multicolored liquid that looked like molten metal. It radiated pure, chaotic energy. Above the pool, thousands of runes and energy nodes floated in a complex, three-dimensional formation, sucking power from the void and pumping it into the liquid. Next to the pool, a small figure stood with his back to us. He was hunched over, holding a strange, magnifying glass-like artifact. He was staring intensely at a crystal object shaped like a heart that was slowly forming in the pool. He was muttering to himself, completely lost in his own world. He looked like a common old man. His gray robes were filthy, and his hair was a messy bird's nest. He was short and thin, but just by standing there, he gave off a terrifying pressure. He felt like he was one with the entire heavenly palace. "Master, the people are here," Ling Long said softly. Her playful attitude vanished. She sounded respectful, almost fearful. The old man, Gui Fu, didn't seem to hear her. He kept staring at the heart in the pool. "No, no," he muttered. "The energy conversion rate of this chaos primal fetus is still too low. The core apertures won't activate. Is the immersion ratio of the void off?" The old man muttered, ignoring us completely. "Or is the scale of the time leakage hourglass in need of adjustment?" Ling Long didn't seem surprised by his behavior. She cleared her throat and raised her voice, her playful tone replaced by a sharp respect. "Master, the Saintess of the Snow Abyss has brought something that might interest you." The master of the heavenly palace, Gui Fu, finally reacted. He looked up impatiently and turned around. When Emily saw his face, she let out a sharp, audible gasp. It was a face of nightmares. His skin was stacked with wrinkles like the dried bark of a dead tree. One eye was a normal, muddy old orb, but the other had been replaced. In its place sat a complex crystal lens glowing with a harsh red light, filled with tiny, constantly spinning mechanical gears. Even his jaw was half metal, connected to several thin energy tubes that snaked around to the back of his neck. He wasn't just a man. He was a monster stitched together from flesh and machine. Gui Fu's eyes, the muddy one and the glowing red one, swept over the three of us. His gaze lingered on Shui Yuan for less than half a second before dismissing her. He clearly didn't care about a saintess. Then, his mechanical eye flickered toward Emily, scanning her so intensely it made her skin crawl. Finally, his gaze locked onto the figure hidden under the cloak on Shui Yuan's back. "Ling Long said you brought some interesting scrap metal," Gui Fu said. His voice was raspy, sounding like a broken bellows or metal grinding against stone. "And this half-dead little brat, is he the owner of that scrap?" His red mechanical eye flared with light. It felt like he was trying to look straight through my phantom language, cloak to peer into my very soul. Shui Yuan felt the tension and stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Senior Gui Fu," she said, her voice steady despite the pressure. "This is Mo Chun. He has suffered unique, life-threatening injuries that I cannot heal. I beg for your assistance. As for the treasure," she carefully lowered my unconscious body to the ground and reached into my robes to retrieve the bronze cocoon fragment. "No need," Gui Fu snapped, waving his hand to cut her off. His terrifying mechanical eye was fixed on my chest. Even through the layers of clothing and the magical cloak, he could sense it. He sensed that faint, cold, eerie aura. Gui Fu let out a dry, distorted laugh. It was a sound filled with raw excitement and naked greed. How many years has it been?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "I have searched the heavens and stepped through 10,000 worlds. And finally, I feel this aura again." His muddy eye exploded with a terrifying light. He stared at my chest, as if he were looking at the ultimate mystery of the universe. "Gui Su, it's the aura of Gui Su." The words hit the room like a thunderclap. The air in the bottom of the myriad phenomenon cave seemed to vibrate. Gui Fu's hunched body straightened up. His withered hands shook with a manic energy. To him, the bronze fragment wasn't just a treasure, it was a key. Shui Yuan and Ling Long stood frozen. They had served Gui Fu for years and knew him as a man with a heart of stone, someone who wouldn't blink if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Seeing him lose his composure like this was terrifying. "Gui Su?" Shui Yuan thought, her mind racing. She had heard him mention that word once before, but she'd assumed it was just some ancient myth. Now she realized it was an obsession. Was the bronze fragment, the one containing the Ghost Water Sutra, actually connected to that legendary forbidden place where all things end and laws vanish? Emily didn't know what Gui Su meant, but she felt the predatory hunger in Gui Fu's gaze. She shivered and retreated a step, grabbing Shui Yuan's sleeve. Master, Ling Long asked tentatively, her confusion turning to fear. "What are you saying? What is Gui Su?" Gui Fu didn't answer. He was possessed. He walked toward me step by step, his mechanical eye spinning at high speed, scanning every inch of my body. "Yes, this is it," he muttered. "Cold. Silent. The end of all things." yet containing a trace of the origin of the cycle. I thought I would never see it in this lifetime. His breathing became heavy. A strange, feverish flush rose to his withered face. Shui Yuan's internal alarms went off. Gue Fu was in a state of near madness. She instinctively tried to move to protect me, but the invisible pressure radiating from him was too strong. It felt like her body was encased in stone. She couldn't move a muscle. Gue Fu reached me. His gnarled, branch-like hand trembled as he reached into my robes. But the moment his fingers were about to touch the fragment, the air screamed. The bronze cocoon erupted with an intense, ink-colored light. The Taotai patterns on its surface flared to life. That cold, indifferent, world-suppressing will woke up instantly. An invisible force slammed into Gue Fu like a physical blow. The old man staggered back several paces. On the back of his withered hand, a faint black mark appeared, as if he had been burned by a power from a much higher plane of existence. Hiss! What a dominant, soul-protecting seal. Gue Fu wasn't angry. If anything, the light in his eyes grew hotter. As expected of a fragment containing the secrets of Gue Su. It has spirit. It has pride. He stabilized himself and stopped trying to take it by force. Instead, he looked at me, still unconscious and hovering near death. This kid, he's the one this fragment chose? The mechanical eye clicked and whirred, scanning my vitals. Meridian shattered. Blood chi withered. Origin depleted. Soul on the verge of breaking. He paused, his brow furrowing. The power inside him is a chaotic mess. Corpse chi, poison, bone energy, even a trace of the pure yang sword intent from Qingqing Mountain. And this ice power, it's similar to yours, Shui Yuan, but much darker, much more sinister. He spoke as if he were examining a broken toy. There was no sympathy in his voice, only the cold curiosity of a researcher. Interesting, truly interesting. He's at death's door, yet his body is like a melting pot where all these conflicting powers are barely maintaining a balance. How is he still alive? Is he relying on the power of the fragment? His gaze flickered between me and the bronze cocoon. Shui Yuan saw her opening. She suppressed her fear and stepped forward. Shui Yuan didn't hesitate. She bowed her head respectfully toward the old man. Senior Gue Fu, she began, her voice steady despite the tension. Mo Chun is only in this state because he forcibly triggered that fragment. He's dying. I beg you to step in and save his life. She knew a man like him didn't do favors for free. She had to offer a price he couldn't refuse. In exchange, I can promise that Mo Chun will let you study that fragment, the one containing the secrets of Gue Su, for a period of time. She was clever. She didn't say she would give it to him forever. She said temporarily. She showed her sincerity while leaving us a way out. For a research nut like Gue Fu, the chance to get his hands on a mystery like that was better than owning it outright. It worked. I could hear Gue Fu's breathing grow heavy again. His mechanical red eye spun wildly, clicking as it processed the offer. Temporary study, he rasped. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his cloudy eyes. Little Shui, you certainly know how to haggle. You want me to save a half-dead brat in exchange for a piece of scrap metal? Even if it is valuable, this deal doesn't seem fair to me. Shui Yuan's heart sank. She knew he was about to drive a hard bargain. Before she could speak, Ling Long jumped in to help. Master, Saintess Shui Yuan mentioned this kid has other interesting things about him, Ling Long said, winking at Shui Yuan. Like his severed arm. It seems to be fused with some kind of myriad-footed Gu King. And his sister, her body has some very strange seals and bloodlines. Gue Fu's attention shifted instantly. His gaze swept back and forth between my mangled arm and Mo Li. The red eye scanned us again, faster this time. The residual aura of a Gu King fused with killing intent. Interesting, but the craftsmanship is crude. A waste of good materials. Then, he looked at Mo Li. This little girl. Inside her is the dark underworld blood curse? No. Wait. His voice suddenly spiked in pitch. Underneath the curse, there's something purer, something ancient, the saint blood of the ice phoenix. He froze. And that blood, it's been contaminated by the power of an extraterrestrial demon. This time, his eyes weren't just filled with curiosity. They were filled with shock, gravity, and even a trace of fear. Ice phoenix saint blood. Demon contamination. Those words together were enough to make anyone who knew the secrets of the Ice Palace tremble. Shui Yuan felt her heart climb into her throat. She couldn't believe he had seen through everything so easily. His vision and power were bottomless. So that's it. That's why. Gui Fu muttered to himself. The fanaticism left his face, replaced by a terrifying seriousness. No wonder the Gui Su fragment appeared here. No wonder that aura leaked out. It all makes sense now. He fell silent for a long time. The only sound in the cave was the bubbling energy of the pool. Shui Yuan and the others held their breath, terrified to interrupt his thoughts. Finally, he looked up. The agitation was gone. His eyes were as deep and calm as an ancient well. "Little Shui," he said, his voice raspy but commanding. "I'll take the deal." Shui Yuan felt a surge of joy, but she kept her face mask-like. "I will save this boy," Gui Fu said, pointing at me. "I won't just keep him alive. I'll reconstruct his body and balance the chaotic powers inside him. I'll make him stronger. After all, a living vessel who can communicate with the fragment is much more valuable than a corpse." His words were cold and clinical, but he wasn't finished. "However, I have 3 conditions." "Please, Senior, speak," Shui Yuan replied. "First," he held up a withered finger. "The Gui Su fragment stays here in the Heavenly Palace. I will keep it and study it personally. The boy can continue to meditate on it under my supervision, but the ownership belongs to me." Shui Yuan frowned. This was harsher than she expected. Giving up the fragment meant giving up my biggest trump card. But she looked at my broken body and then at Gui Fu. "Fine," she agreed. "But you must guarantee Mo Chen's safety. And he must be allowed to use the fragment's power if he needs it." "Humph. I don't play tricks on my test subjects," Gui Fu grunted. That was his version of a yes. Second, he held up a second finger. His gaze turned toward Mo Li.